President of SSCA, Dr. Rajendra Kalsa,
and the Department of Statistics, SPB, Professor Mohan Kare.
and the convener of the conference, Dr. Ramsar Redmond.
Let us commence this conference by paying homage to our alma mater. I request everyone to please stand for the university. Thank you. Please take a seat. We would like to introduce the resident of today's sergeant, Professor Suresh Gojapur. He holds a PhD in electronic sciences and has vast experience in teaching and research, having written for more than 209 domestic and foreign journals. His work spans electronics, physics, nanoparticles, and nanocomposers. I request Professor Mohan Kare kindly felicitate our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suresh Gojapur.
Is Professor Jan Videsh. He is a distinguished former professor and head of the Department of Statistics at SPU. He is known globally for his significant contributions to statistical research, particularly in test statistics, distribution free tests, and computing risk analysis. I request Dr. Rajendra Prasad to kindly felicitate Professor Jan Deshpande.
Thank you, sir. We would like to welcome our next opponent, Dr. R. B. Gordon. He is the former chairman of the National Statistical Commission and former executive director of the Reserve Bank of India. He holds a PhD in economics from IIT Bombay. His contributions to the development of RTGS, NEFT, and mobile payments in India are learning. He also received the prestigious National Award in Official Statistics in 2021. I request Dr. Monica kindly participate Dr. R. B. Gordon.
ideal and people from ideal keyboards.
We are pleased to welcome Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the Executive President of the SSCA. He is a distinguished agricultural statistician and currently Principal Scientist at the Indian Council of Agricultural Research (ICAR) headquarters. He formerly served as the Director of the Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute (IASRI). He is the recipient of the National Award in Statistics in honor of Professor C.R. Rao and Professor P.V. Bhatine Gold Medal. His research contributions span designs of experiments, sampling techniques, agricultural statistics, and statistical computing, with a strong emphasis on data systems and repositories. I request Dr. Madhuri Kulkarni to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajendra Prasad.
I now introduce the head of the Department of Statistics, SPPU, Professor Mohan Kaya. Professor Kaya is a prominent researcher such as in stochastic processes and their diverse applications. With an extensive background in statistical research, his work has contributed significantly to the understanding of complex probabilistic models. I request Professor J.D. Reshma to consider the head of the Department of Statistics. SPPU, Professor Mohan Kaya.
Thank you, sir. I would like to introduce Dr. Rausar Lepete. Dr. Lepete is an associate professor in the Department of Statistics, SPPU, whose research interests include sampling theory and applied statistics. He has been the convener of this international conference to bring this gathering to life. I request Professor Suresh Goswami to kindly felicitate Dr. Rausar Lepete.
We must all the dignitaries we step forward for the Latin land.
बाहेर कोण बोलणार नाही काय? कोण आहे? आणि किती वाजता आहे? 5:50 आहे. हा. बरोबर. आता हे जे आले आनंद मुजुमदार, विकास सिन्हा, हे ऑनलाईन जॉईन झाले ते बघतायत आता कार्यक्रम. पण हे आज बोलणार आहे का? एक मिनिट या. हे कधी येत हे बघ हे आनंद मुजुमदार उद्या म्हणजे आज ऐकायला डिपार्टमेंट विकास सिन्हा कधी आहे?
President Sri Goswami, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Barman, Dr. Lapan, distinguished
संघमित्रा पाल
gathering, some of my teachers are there at Propaganda,
म्हणा नको ना.
and my friends and colleagues. So, happy New Year to all of you. And warm welcome to the campus. We have a
आज आहे.
big, beautiful campus.
त्यावेळेस काय करायला लागेल?
Energy conference.
तुझा जो लॅपटॉप जोडला ना आता वरती त्याला जोडायला लागेल. आपण direct वरती
We will see lots of biodiversity and which is
direct वरती जाऊ ना.
nicely maintained. Coming back to the theme of the conference. Thanks to first of all CCA for giving us this opportunity to organize this conference. Regarding the department of Statistics, then University of Pune, then come down to University of Pune, and also to the University. So it's a three-step journey which we follow. Department it is soon approaching a platinum jubilee. 2028. So almost all my colleagues of mine will be enjoying that platinum jubilee celebration. So it's an old department, you can see. The right section, the department was famous nationally as well as internationally. It started with able leadership of Professor Zurala, and later on, next several department kept on taking the image and the new heights. Department was recognized under the postage scheme of Government of India. Then Department of Special Assistance. And to mention, I'm very happy that these schemes are given record number of times, sometimes by bypassing government special cases. Later on, we become Center for Advanced Studies and Research. These cases, you see, again the same thing happened. The university doesn't have a rule to be all the department. And at the moment, we are in the process of discussing on the policy whether it should be given on the program. So we did not receive any money for the advanced level, but the UGC said that we use the status of advanced security. So this is the journey of the department. Of course, this journey cannot be done without contribution from the faculties as well as the students, masters and doctoral. They contributed a lot. They up to the 90s, 2000, and now in the new era, students are contributing in the industrial world as well. India our students are working in the company. Some of them are leading AI industry, data science industry, and so on in bigger organizations as and so on. So overall, the department is moving ahead irrespective of stages. The main hurdle is the strength of humanity. I'm really grateful to all our faculty who helped us a lot to maintain the same glory. Otherwise, we are only five of them, and when I was a master student here, we were 20. And now, still we are able to maintain that glory. This is totally because of our entire faculty. Professor Deshpande himself was teaching me, he became 75 in the department. So this is the contribution which we and just because of the law. There's no legal expectation from them. So it would be bad if I do not mention this in case of it. Students are doing wonderfully well. In fact, ours is the department who when we get into anything, over the years, we have successfully made 100% allotment in OG. And some of the students are continuing their work in RP1 and RP2 as well. And we are the ones who are not very much benefited by this. So welcome to you all and hope that you enjoy academically and otherwise this conference. Thank you. Happy New Year.
I invite Dr. Asad Dalade to introduce the meaning of contact.
Very good morning, all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor J. Sir. Our Honorable Professor Suraj Goswami Sir, Vice Chancellor of Statistical University, esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Arvind Verma, Former Chairman, National Statistical Commission, Professor Rajendra Prasad, Executive President of Super Statistics, Computer and Applications. Distinguished officers of necessity, renowned organizational members, including professors from institutions across the globe, respected international and national delegates, members of media, colleagues, and members. A very warm and heartfelt welcome to the Union Annual Congress of Statistics and International Conference
Presentation.
and University Research. We are 2026. It is privilege for the Department of Statistics and Center for Adult Studies at Statistical University, locally known as Oxford or East, who host disciplinary activities of science. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and our chief guest, your presence as the President and chief guest today is tremendous honor for us. It underscores the vital importance the state government places on artificial sciences and statistics. Thank you, sir. We stand at critical juncture in 21st century. A time of exponential data. The future of traditional statistical science with modern computational power is not just our trend, it is defining necessity of our era. Our common theme in order to advance in statistical science, data analytics, and interdisciplinary research reflects this way. Over the next 3 days, we will delve the convergence of disciplines. We will explore the methodologies like deep learning and artificial intelligence are fundamentally reshaping our ability to handle the. We will discuss the application of statistical techniques in crucial societal domains from biostatistics and financial statistics to digital agriculture and sustainable development goals, which is set by the UN. The area of topics from reliability theory, several sampling to geospatial statistics and economics shows the statistics is unique, the universal language of research and evidence. Without statistical evidence, there would be the research at the orbit. It will get reflected in CB or Yeah, maybe in B grade, but below B grade. In the context of the general ranking. This platform brings together researchers from academia, industry, and government. It is essential for translating complex data into actionable knowledge that fulfills the need of society, nation, and world at large. The Department of Statistics and University has a rich legacy established alongside mathematics and 1953 and distinguished as the center of advancements for 3 consecutive years. Our commitment is not just academic excellence, but to producing high-skilled professionals reflected in our nearly 100% placement records from last consecutive 10 years. Right now, we can get because of after the COVID, some issues are there. I must also acknowledge the tireless efforts of the Society of Statistics, Computer and Applications, SSCA. This mission to create a unique think tank and promote the vision of statistical sciences with our disciplines is driving force behind the annual conference. To all delegates, particularly the students and business scholars, I urge you to actively participate in the technical systems and environment lectures. Embrace the spirit of collaboration, network with international experts, and use this opportunity to challenge your intellectual boundaries. I wish to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the office leaders of SSCA, the dedicated local organizing committee members, our sponsors, and the entire staff and student volunteers for making this ambitious conference a reality. May the celebration over the next 3 days be highly fruitful, innovative, and contribute significantly to the advancement of statistical science. Sir, this time we take advantage of the technology. Some speakers are delivering lectures from US and UK. Also, in this conference, we arranged panel discussion from reputed industry people, which will be broadcasted to students of the Department of Statistics and Department of University. Modern College Pune, Newark Science College, Islander, KTHM College, Nasik, and University College, Pune. Also, in this time, the same situation occurs because of some illegal issues are there, and certainly the hearing aids have been issued. Because of these, several people are joining online. We don't have any other option. That's why we request them. We take the advantage of technology and we want to be with you. We now look forward to inspiring words of our esteemed leaders and President sir. Thank you all. Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Executive President SSCA, to deliver introductory remarks.
Right, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of the University, Professor Shreyas Yosavisa, most reverend Chief Guest, Professor David Desmani, esteemed guest of honor, Dr. R. B. Barman sir, Head of Department, Dr. Mohan Kale sir, Organizing Secretary, Dr. Rasa Lepatesa, a galaxy of statistics fraternity sitting in this hall during the inaugural function of this international conference on innovative and statistical science, data analytics, and interdisciplinary research, along with 28th Annual Conference of Society of Statistics, Computer and Application. On behalf of the Society, I also extend a very warm welcome to each one of you to this conference, which we expect that will be academically enriching in all these 3 days, and simultaneously we shall be enjoying the serene campus and with very good hospitality extended by University of Pune. It is said that statistics has no use without awareness, because whatever development in the subject of statistics has taken place, that has taken place because there was a problem to be solved. And no discipline has roots without statistics. If data is not If study is not planned following statistical principles, data is not collected following statistical principles, analyzed and interpreted following statistical principles, results are not repeated. And if the results are not repeated, that is not science, that is not of any use to the society. I am standing here on behalf of the President, Professor V.K. Gupta, of the Society of Statistics and Program Implementation. He could not join the meeting due to a major brain surgery, but he has sent his message and I read. A very good morning to all, and a warm welcome to each one of you to the 28th conference of SSCA. My heartfelt apologies for not being able to present here physically, although I really feel myself to be an integral part of this conference. I sincerely apologize to all the delegates, both from within the country and abroad, online and offline, as well as to the organizers of this conference, the Honorable VC, the patron of the conference, Professor Suresh Sahab, my old friend Professor J.V. Deshpande Sahab, and entire faculty of Savitri Phule Pune University for my absence from such an important and prestigious event. Brothers Bhargovind, Raj Srinivasan, and Anand Seth, my special apologies to you for missing you this year. Something I find difficult to forgive myself for. Unfortunately, on medical advice, I am unable to join and am online for some more time. I would like to express my heartfelt and sincere gratitude to Honorable VC and Chief Patron of the conference, the team from the Department of Statistics and Advanced Studies, the entire faculty, staff, students, and delegates, speak volunteers, the members of the various committees, our esteemed delegates, speakers, chairpersons, and guests, and the dedicated office bearers of Society of Statistics, Computer and Application, and Editorial Board of Journal of Statistics and Application. Their collective and tireless efforts have made this remarkable event possible. I shall refrain from naming individuals as missing our single name would be unjust. I am confident that this conference will be memorable in terms of academic discourse, knowledge sharing, and capacity building of young researchers. I believe it will leave a lasting impact on all of us through intellectual growth, meaningful interactions that lead to collaborative research, enduring personal connections, and by empowering us to drive positive change in the world through research, technology, and power of statistics. May God bless us with energy, passion, and enthusiasm to make this event a resounding success. I once again offer my unconditional apologies for any inconvenience caused, despite the best efforts of everyone involved. From the society side and from statistics community side, we pray for his early and speedy recovery. Finally, just two, three things I will tell about the society. This society was founded in 1998 by late Professor M. N. Das, who was the founder president of the society. Since then, every year we are meeting for annual conferences. This has been a great interaction, and then we also bring out a general statistical applications. It is listed in Thomson Scientific and has an impact factor, and it is recognized by UGC peer and also invested so. With this, I would like to conclude by saying, in quoting Professor C.R. Rao, who said, and I quote, all knowledge is in the final analysis state. All science are in the abstract mathematics, and all methods of acquiring knowledge are essentially statistics. Unquote. With this, I wish the conference a grand success and look forward to learning from the galaxy of statistics during this conference. I wish you all the best, and let's have the academic enriching deliberations. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. I request the chief guest, along with all the dignitaries on the dais, to release the conference summary.
Thank you all. I invite our guest of honor, Dr. R.V. Burman, to address the gathering. Distinguished members of the dais, distinguished members of the audience, and friends. It's really a pleasure to be present today for this conference. And the Professor Evan Das, who is the founder, main inspiration for this society. I had the good fortune of knowing him from 1971. In the course of time, because of his daughter-in-law, which is present here, joining the bank in 1990, I think we became much closer. And 1998, when this society was formed, I think we worked together. And I am really so happy to see this long journey, and in this period, society has gained from stature to stature, to stay at which is there. And I am really happy that Pune University is hosting this conference because Maharashtra produced some of the great statisticians, right from D.M. Dandekar, who worked, of course, in the Brooklyn Institute. Possibly, I don't know how much of identity they carry about this statistic, but he's basically a first one of the earliest statisticians that we have seen. Then we have Professor Kujurwar, we have Professor Shubhatme, and many others. Maharashtra can be very proud of producing some of the very towering figures of statistics. Today we have among us Professor Deshpande, another towering figure that we have. So, as Professor Rajendra has said, statistics is very, very important. It plays a very key role. And if you look at statistics, if we say that R.A. Kishar was the father of statistics, it came with the epigenetics. That is right from the breeding genetics, etc. And with that kind of data, the analysis of the data, and why statistics become statistics? Because it provides certain basic principles, which are basically statistic principles, which make it really a key thing in terms of science. And this is what, if anybody wants to say that yes, we are doing a scientific investigation, possibly they cannot avoid the kind of a principle that we have and based on which the subject has been developed. So the question, see, I joined in a statistical service, then I joined the Bank of India. So what we did is that though we are equipped with tools and techniques, wherever we went, we try to understand that subject. So this is how I had to go to IIT Bombay to get my PhD. Now, economics is a social science. That's what we call. There are a whole lot of logical stages as a behavioral science, but ultimately it's all hypothesis, and hypothesis leads to the theory, but theory is validated by data. If the data does not confirm the theory, you reject the kind of a theory. That is what they do. But one question that comes out is that data has to be high quality data. And one has to be, it has to be dependable data. And this is where statistical science teaches us a lot to how to make the data, refined data, which are which can lead to conclusions which we can. Now, official statistics is a public good, and because it is a public good, it informs the whole society about what is happening and how it is happening. And I work almost throughout my career as an official statistician. And as a part of Reserve Bank, I worked in some areas like IT and administration for some time. But core remains statistics. And today, see, when we look at particularly a science like economics, see, it has started evolving right from Adam Smith with market kind of a thing. And then Ricardo gave another shape, and then Marshall and other people gave, and then Keynes made a lot of different. Those days, those were different days. In today's world, a huge kind of data. With such kind of data, even statistics, the small sampling tests, etc., are, I think, relevant for particular kind of a thing, but huge data makes things different. And this is where I think Professor Emin Das is saying, look at any other great statisticians always talk about how to handle those kind of data. So, Professor Das said the name of the society is statistics, computer verification. So after his retirement, he was much more busy with computer writing programs and trying to do this kind of. The focus of this society was also to get into the data. And today there is big data, huge kind of data that you capture. So this society has a very important role to get into the various facets of the problems of the society and picking up those problems and trying to help the society to march ahead. And I am happy to see that so much of efforts have come this time, and quite a lot of things have been managed there, but there are many more problems. I am sure this Mind Sparkle funds in these 3 days will contribute very richly to advance the cause of this society and the statistics at large. With all this, I must thank the Pune University for hosting this research.
Thank you, sir. I invite our chief guest, Professor J.V. Keshwani, to deliver the inaugural address.
Professor Muhtari, Dr. Dorman, Professor Kare, Professor Ranjit Prasad, Professor Lathode, and all the distinguished delegates here. I have been listed as the person who is the chief guest, although I think I consider myself as a host to this conference. Meaning that, well, I've been associated with this department when I joined it as an industry student in 1960. It's a long time ago. And I would address this gathering, distinguished gathering, in the capacity of the host rather than this. And I see many guests like Dr. Goldman, Dr. This there. And also, maybe in front of me, there is Dr. Shankar India, there is Dr. Das, and so many others. And I welcome all of you to the campus of the University of Pune, as it was known when I became a student here. And I'm sure you will enjoy your stay here and the deliberations of the annual conference of the Society of Statistics and Computers and Applications. Actually, I think invested everything. What do they do now? Okay. So, I'm very happy that we are all here. if we recollect one small incident concerning of the government here, many years, many years ago, when I was there of the department here, we were hosting a similar conference. And as usual, we were looking for funding. Universities were definitely for conference, and we allocated from funding agencies of the government or otherwise. Like the Department of Science, Technology, the University of Assumption, CSI, so on and so forth. And somebody suggested to me to that the result of India also. I had only a slight example with Dr. Burmese in those days, but I just took a chance and wrote an email to him telling him about this project conference and asking him if he can through Reserve Bank help us in the funding of it. And my utter surprise, within 20 minutes, I got a reply saying that yes, I will, and he promised a very structuring conference. Otherwise, it took months from the other agencies to get a reply, and you have sanctions for the small amounts of money that they would give. But sort of the most pleasant experience in my life of the 20 years of acting. Within 20 minutes, I had got the reply. It goes through email, but then in the sort of all the necessary paperwork was later on, but the promise was there. And I was truly expecting to see how the debate would here. In the abstract came here this morning, was a little circle with that play and medical treatment and the floor not able to come. Sorry to miss him. I have met of him in class. I'm very happy that Dr. Shishdas is here. And I hope you all enjoy the deliberations and notice in the proceeding or not sitting the program of the conference that there are two lectures that I would have liked to attend. One is on what I would call computing this sort of given time in that way, potentially. And another one on signatures related to the failure times of complex systems. There is something that I'm very much interested in, or was interested in, let us say, and I would have enjoyed listening to those lectures. But let us see. If I can say, I'll say it's not. Once again, I welcome you all here, and I am sure that you will enjoy the possibility of the university as well as the academic discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir. I invite the President of the Commission, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suresh Goswami, for the presidential address.
तो तिकडं दोन कॉम्प्युटर वगैरे तुझ्या
Namaskar, Suprabhat, good morning and welcome to beautiful campus of Savitri Bai Phule University for 28th annual conference of the Society of Statistics, Computer and Application, and which is also having another joint conference, international conference on innovative trends in statistical science, data analytics, and interdisciplinary research, which is being organized by Department of Statistics, Savitri Bai Phule University. For the overall function, we have our own mentor and chief host of this conference, Professor David Pandey. Then we have Professor R.B. Parman, former chairman, National Statistics. Dr. Rajendra Prasad, executive president, SSCA. Our own head of department, Dr. Mohan Kare, Professor Alfred other distinguished guests, participants, and friends. Once again, on behalf of Savitri Bai Phule University, I welcome you all. To make a mention here that Pune is a cultural city, Pune is education hub. At this point of time, we are having 30 universities in Pune, all deemed universities. Okay, Pune is being considered as an education hub it's an auto hub, it's IT hub. And now it is gaining a new identity as bio-design, bioengineering hub. I'm just mentioning here that statistics is the only thing, okay, which can get aligned with all these fields, okay, which are being considered as a potential growth of Pune in education sector. As far as the SCPU is concerned, okay, SCPU is the second largest university in the state of Maharashtra, having 800 colleges, 400 research institute affiliated with us. At one point of time, we are having 750,000 students, okay, who are enrolled to this particular SCPU. As far as the ranking is concerned, the recent US ranking, okay, which is taken last year, SCPU stands number one in the state of Maharashtra as state university, number two in the state in the country, and number 16 including IIT and also ISA. Okay, so this is what we are. In another ranking, okay, the parameters are different. Okay, we are number 18 in the entire country. This is what we are. We are the only university which has got offshore campus because in the recent time we are talking about internationalization of higher education, and since last 4 years we are running our university campus in Doha, Qatar. Now the first batch is graduating this year. This year we are also opening a new campus in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. This is what we are expanding ourselves, putting our footprint. Okay, so Pune is being considered an Oxford of this. Now we are giving identity to Pune as to the new campus which we are creating. Now, SQ's research is always getting aligned with the national mission. Okay, on campus, okay, physical sciences and chemical sciences are working on energy and environment sector, where we have been given more emphasis on green energy, hydrogen energy. In One Health mission, especially the life sciences, they are working on genome sequencing, targeted drug delivery. They are working on cancer therapy. Where we have been working on development of drug for breast cancer, malignant myeloma, and head and neck cancer. These were again the and I know that okay, like the chief post of this today's function, okay, who has completed his PhD before my I know that it's 1960, but that's what he mentioned. My birthday is 29 September 1966. Okay, so all engineers who are sitting here, okay, on behalf of Scientific Life University, I welcome you all. And as the importance of this particular subject in the recent trend where everyone is talking about data mining, data science, okay, where the statistics is very important. And I think this particular subject, okay, the level is given from 10 or maybe from 8, okay, like they have to carry out at least 3 experiments and then put that take average from there we start learning statistics, okay. I think including everyone takes one is the that statistics we can carry out in our mind and put the number, okay. So this is what my observation is. Probably those who are doing the statistics, okay, probably they might have done all here and that's what they are here. This is what I believe. So on behalf of Scientific Life University, I welcome you all and hope the discussion and deliberation in the recent train, okay, in data mining, data science, okay, will be giving an opportunity for the students, okay, to execute and those who are joining online from various colleges, okay, they will really get benefited with this particular discussion and deliberation. Okay, once again, I welcome you and hope your stay on the campus will be peaceful. And then I also heard okay, like the campus has got all kind of facilities which are created on campus, basically for sciences. Okay, like you name the equipment is present there. Okay, we will have the high-end computational facilities still maintained by Alika on our campus. Okay, so please take a look at that. Okay, wherever the collaboration and for cooperations will be, we can explore that possibility to join hand together. Thank you.
I request Dr. Akansha to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. To all esteemed guests on the dais and off the dais, it is a privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks for this inaugural session of the 28th Annual Conference of SSCA along with the International Conference. First and foremost, we express our deepest gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. R. B. Burman, our chief guest, Professor J.V. Deshpande, for their presence and for sharing their profound insights with us. We are also sincerely grateful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Suresh Gosali, for his presence and also his unwavering support and administrative guidance, along with all the higher authorities of our developmental governance. Our thanks go to Professor Vinod Kumar Gupta, President of SSK, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Vice President, and the entire Society of Statistics, Computers and Applications for giving our department the opportunity to host this prestigious international gathering. To our distinguished invited speakers for endowment lectures and other invited sessions, and also session chairs who have traveled from far and wide, thank you for your commitment to academic excellence and for steering the upcoming technical deliberations. We are also indebted to the International Advisory Committee, including Professor Ramanatha, Professor Balakrishnan, and Professor Talakutta for their guidance. An event of this scale requires significant resources. We extend our sincere thanks to the Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Government of India, and the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, for their generous funding. I must also thank the Finance and Accounts section of SPB for their meticulous coordination and support in handling the financial logistics of this conference. In this digital age, the virtual phase of the conference is as important as the physical one. So we thank the IT team and web developers for their tireless work on the conference website and the entire online registration system. A special thank you to the Geology Department for providing this wonderful auditorium and for the technical staff for support in the IT and AV facilities. My heartfelt thanks to our energetic team of student volunteers. Your behind the scene work is what makes this entire event appear effortless. And finally, thank you to the delegates and researchers who have joined us from various corners of the globe. Your presence is what makes this innovative trade conference truly meaningful. I wish you all a very productive 3 days ahead. I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. So please join us for Hardy on the upper Baptist. We request you to be back by 11:30 a.m. for the keynote address.
Right, yes. Group four.
We would like to have a group first.
Giriş, giriş. Diş var gene.
आता कशाला जायचं आता नाही जायचं.
आराम से जाना है केवल बैठ
ठीक है वो तो हो गया इसके साथ कोई बात नहीं आपको मिलेगा
He is not vice president, he is the executive president. It's a mistake. Vice president.
हमारे गेस्ट है ये 10-15 से दोनों बैठा चला चला सर
It is under. तुमचंच काम आहे ते
खालची बॅग दे
कुठली दे
काय झालं बॅग दे ना हे बघ ना बसलेली बॅग तुला आतमध्ये पाठवतो गाडीत घेऊन ठेव
कोण कोण जाणार आहे विचार श्रावणी तू पण घेऊन जाईल नाही सगळे जण अजित 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 रत्नाकर
कंटिन्यू दोन दोघांची घे
ऑलरेडी
नेक्स्ट सेशन का टॉप लोड हो गया है तो देखिए कीनोट सेशन का जो टॉप कीनोट का क्या क्या प्रेजेंटेशन I can see Vikrant and Devendra as well.
No, AR Joshi. आता आधी म्हटलं क्लास फाइल में है ना
चलो चाय को शेयर चाय आपण सर्टिफिकेट वरती त्याचं काही नाही केलं. पर्सन काय प्रसाद असतो किंवा दादाचं नाव प्रसाद
तुम्हाला म्हणलं होतं तो हलू नका
प्रसाद
जर हल्ले का नाही तर भेटले का
तर काम नाही तर जागी
अरे नाही एक जण तर भेटले का
बंद होईल हे बाई चालू ठेव आणि त्यावेळेस बंद पडलं परत
तो नाही बंद पडत कोणी बंद करतात त्याला बघत
परत काय करेल?
विचार करणे तुझंच आहे या ना पूर्ण या ना
चालू ही रहती है करना इसका ये स्लीप मोड ना काढून टाक लैपटॉप का ना टाइमिंग बढ़ा के दे
स्क्रीन
अभी पीपीटी चालू रहेगी ना उस टाइम पे ना बच्चों को बोलना है किसी को यहाँ पे ना ये लाइट ये सोना एलईडी स्क्रीन लावायला पाहिजे तरी यांना नाही यांना नाही क्वालिटी दिसत एलईडी स्क्रीन लावलं
काय करून वायरी करून खोल्या त्या मुन्नाने येतोय ना शपथ रे देवा काय म्हणतो काहीच म्हणू नको 2 मिनिटं थांब निकाल देताना एक सलग सेशन आता ह्यांचं झूम आपण आता जॉईन करून घेऊ
तो निकाल दिए ना उधर के ना केबल वगैरह सब निकाल दो अपना काम उसी वाला यानी
यानी एंटर की है।
हाँ वो थर्माकोल भी दे दो, नहीं रहने दो,
किसका है? छोड़ दे।
अभी एकदम रिलैक्स ना। बालाजी 2 मिनट उठता क्या, मैं जरा इधर केबल व्यवस्थित कर देता है यार, क्या है वो बच्ची भी
ये
आती
वाले
है।
फिक्स से लगा दो, क्या होगा पैर में आ गए तो पूरा।
अभी ये ना, अभी ना प्रेजेंट में ये केबल मतलब बहुत रेट है। थोड़े दिन के बाद ये उस टाइम पे 3200 में पड़ी थी, परसों दिन मीडिया एंड कम्युनिकेशन से नहीं करता न्यूट्रिक्स के केबल, ठीक है 5000 का केबल, ठीक है।
ते आपलं काढलंय ते आपल्या इथे ठेवलंय सगळं।
हाँ न्यूट्रिक्स में ये कनेक्टर ही कितने हो गए, 5 कनेक्टर है। बापू निकाला था, अभी इधर हो गया जरा प्रॉपर लेफ्ट। ऊपर 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 रखते चल।
ते सगळं आपल्या वरती ठेवतील।
हाँ वरती ठेव, हाँ
सगळी दुकानदारी आपली आहे। हाँ अभी बोल तू क्या करने वाला?
अभी ये हो गया है ना, उधर लैपटॉप
अभी इसको ये तीसरा कौन सा है मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा है।
हम्म
एक तो इसका लैपटॉप है।
थामा 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 उधर
नहीं,
नहीं।
नहीं, ये किसका है? एक ही चार्जर है इधर।
हाँ एक इसका और एक इसका है, ये तीसरा कौन सा है?
रुको ना 2 मिनट है, हे कुठे गेले?
अरे हाँ ये मेरा ये पहला। ए आकाश कुठे गेला? मयांक कसं झालं हे आपला लॅपटॉप आहे ना डेलचा त्याचं आहे।
सर मी काय करतो याच्यावर मी झूम जॉईन करतो।
हाँ जूम ज्वाइन कर दे ते दोन मिनिटं।
इधर बालाजी, ये बोर्ड अभी 3 दिन इधर ही रहने, ये क्या क्या सीख है प्रोग्रामिंग का, थोड़ा सा।
अभी ना
हाँ नहीं नहीं इधर ये हॉल पे आज पूरा दिन है।
दोपहर को 5 बजे ऑनलाइन ये वाला ऑनलाइन
कौन सा?
ये वाला 5
हाँ।
बजे 5:30।
हाँ ठीक होगा अवसर रहेंगे।
सब इधर वैसा ही है।
हाँ
काफी कुछ।
और कल का
कल का जो है ना, कल का 8 9:30 बजे से दोपहर तक।
9:30 जो है ना कल पहला वो भी ऑनलाइन है।
हाँ
वो तो ऊपर जाने वाला है।
हाँ
बराबर है।
हाँ
बाकी का ऑफलाइन है, दोपहर में 12:30 बजे का एक ऑनलाइन है। ओके। उसके बाद कल दोपहर में 4 बजे का ऑनलाइन है।
4 बजे ऑनलाइन जो है तो इधर नहीं है शायद, वो डिपार्टमेंट में है।
हाँ वो तो मैं चालू कर दूंगा, वो वहाँ पे ज्वाइन हो जाएंगे। कंप्यूटर लैब में है, यहाँ पे नहीं है।
हाँ उधर भी कैमरा इधर से लेके जाओगे?
कैमरे नहीं लगाएंगे ना, लैपटॉप पे चालू करेंगे ना ये।
हाँ तो उनको ना लैपटॉप पे क्या खाली ना ऑडियो, क्योंकि वहाँ पे साउंड वगैरह है नहीं।
डिपार्टमेंट का मैं देखने ही नहीं वाला हूँ। मैं सिर्फ चालू करूंगा
देखो भी
मीटिंग।
नहीं बोलेंगे,
मीटिंग चालू करेंगे।
क्योंकि केबल भी दे दिया है इनके, वो पोडियम लगाने वाले, पोडियम पिन मीट
कल है ना, कल सुबह का 9:30 बजे का और दोपहर का 12:30 बजे का वो यहाँ पे है। बराबर है। दोपहर का जो है ना वो उनके डिपार्टमेंट में है पूरा का पूरा।
दोपहर के बाद इधर कुछ नहीं,
दोपहर के बाद इधर कुछ नहीं है।
फिर शाम को इधर का शायद कल्चरल है कल, बराबर ना वाला इधर ही है ना।
हाँ कल्चरल यहीं पे है।
हाँ तो वो सुनील देखेगा, वो अपना नहीं है।
वो अपना नहीं है।
सर ऐड करा बरं।
जो स्पीकर बंद कर। आता नाही येणार मोबाईल हॅलो 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 ब्लूटूथ चालू करतो
प्रोजेक्टर तो जा रहा था ना एडीएमआई।
हाँ सर जी
इससे वो डीटे
सरांचं जर हे असेल प्रेझेंटेशन त्यांचं नाही आपल्याकडे आता जे ना हे जे आहे यांचं आता प्रेझेंटेशन नाही आहे त्यांचं प्रेझेंटेशन नाही प्रेझेंटेशन त्यांचं आहे राजेंद्र प्रसाद झूम आउट करून रेकॉर्डिंग बंद केलं स्पीकर
Welcome back everyone. I request everyone to kindly take their seats. We are now ready to connect the keynote address of the conference. To conduct the proceedings of this session, I would like to invite Professor Ashish Kans. Professor Kans is distinguished professor in the Department of Mathematics at IIT Bombay. He is a renowned expert in banking and official statistics. I would like to hand over the proceedings to Professor Ashish Kans.
Welcome everyone. So we have this keynote address now. This would be chaired by Dr. R.D. Burman, and our distinguished speaker is Dr. Ajit Joshi. Dr. R.D. Burman, he has already been introduced in the inaugural session. He is our former chairman of the National Statistical Commission, and also been an executive director of the Reserve Bank of India. He has pioneered some of the initial digital payments like NEFT, RTGS, followed by interoperable ATMs, and then the current digital payments. He's also an advisor to the National Payments Corporation of India. So I will welcome here on the dais Dr. Burman and Dr. Joshi. Thank you. So now we have the keynote address by Dr. Wajid Rashid. I really feel very, very happy to see Dr. Rashid giving the keynote address. Because as a professional of statistics, I think he joined the development of India and he is glad. And from the day one, I knew him. And just like a person growing and growing him becoming a executive director, I think it's an immense pleasure for me to see him today giving a talk on a very important topic. Dr. Doshi has been very sharp, very focused from day one. And I saw very high potential in him from the very beginning. And I think that could be perfect because the Reserve Bank climbing the ladder is not so automatic. And each stage one has to go through ranking and selection. And he came through all of these five colors. Also, after joining Reserve Bank, he went for PhD in economics because our subject is economics. That's what he did. And today, I think the Department of Statistics, Government of India, is one of the very key departments of the bank. And its contribution is everything. In almost all departments of the bank. There is a huge volume of data that is being captured, micro being captured today. So the conventional measurement of economic variables are there, GDP is there, inflation is there, monetary indicators are there. But with so much of data, how to do justice to this data to get much better insight on the data is really exciting. And what I advocate today and the part of economics is that the linkage between real sector and financial sector is very important. Because if the real sector has to grow, real sector needs money for investment to become more productive. And then to support growth process, to support high growth process. And India is one of the fastest growing economies. And with that kind of thing, our policy and the central bank is the Reserve Bank. We have been, I think, we have been known for really, I think, very prudent kind of a way of handling the economic situation. But with all these things, the question that comes up is that when Reserve Bank becomes the repository of such huge volume of data, how to extract information from our data to make it information and then convert information into knowledge. And this is not so easy. I don't know what Dr. Rishi is going to build, but the topic he has picked up is, if I understand it, is difficult, not so easy. Let us hear what he has to say. So, Rishi.
Good morning. Session Chair, Dr. Arvind Bhavan, President of SSCA, Professor V.K. Gupta in absentia, Professor Rajendra Prasad, Professor Deshpande, Dr. Ulseta, office bearers of SSCA, faculty and students of Savitri University, eminent scholars in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be invited to deliver the keynote address, and it's another honor to be introduced by my mentor and guide, Dr. Arvind Bhavan, and thank you, sir, for the kind words of introduction. As you mentioned that in the policy making, he statistical base of the policy making. This is very, very important. And when we talk about the statistical data which forms as a basis of the policy making, the first thing that comes to our mind is, are we measuring it correctly? The variables that we look at, are we measuring them correctly? Because the most important I put a timer because I'm very conscious that I should not exceed. So I will put a timer. So it is very important that the data that we use in the policy making is measured correctly and accurately, and it should reflect the actual ground reality. Otherwise, the policy maker will be looking at the data which is far away from the reality. It is like the situation to which I am going to presently in one side of my vision. If I there is a cataract in one eye, so I cannot drive very properly. If I drive with cataract in one eye, and my vision will be blurred, and then I may hit someone on the way, and then I may crash somebody, and I may reach some other destination. So same way, the policy maker has to see the ground reality, and the statistical data is their glasses to look at the ground reality. Because through the glasses of statistics, they look at the data, because they see to be ivory towers, and the statistical data becomes their uh, tool of knowing the ground reality. Now, the technology has the theme of this conference also is innovative trends in healthcare science, data analysis, and interdisciplinary research. The technology is so pervasive now that the uh, interactions and actual physical world is generating the data without any specific efforts. Earlier, if you get any data, you have to make some efforts, you have to launch a survey, you have to go to the household, collect the data. Now, as we do our duties, as I stand here, the Google is recording my presence in this place, and as you all are here, it is recording my association with you, and maybe it will as I move forward, I will get some of you have suggestions on my LinkedIn profile or on my Facebook, or these things. My name will appear on as suggestion on your profiles because of this physical thing. So this data being generated through physical interactions is something which is now all pervasive, and private sector is all taking advantage of that, and we see all the time that you go to a shop for a particular thing, and then your Facebook and social media is all with the similar products suggestions all the time. But official statistics has to also progressively move towards that kind of technology. And we have started moving towards that. And in my talk today, I will be focusing on how we are doing there, what are the challenges in that particular journey, and what kind of solutions that we may look into doing there. Now, being a central bank statistician, I have played the role of data creator, data compiler, as well as data user. Because in the Reserve Bank, we compile the banking, financial, and external sector statistics, the financial market data that comes in our position because of our role of regulator and supervisor of this domain, and then we publish that. So that way we are data producer, and that data is used by various other researchers. As policy body, we also use a lot of data produced by the National Statistics Office, various ministries, the various departments of the bank, all kinds of data to monitor the agricultural production. We see the agricultural statistics which Professor Ravina and some of the eminent scholars here have been associated with, and various other data that we have. So that is our raw material for doing analysis of policy. So we are in the position of analyzing the data as a role of producer and as a data user. Because typically very few people have this kind of dual perspective on the data because if academics generally uses the data produced by various organizations, statistical agencies, except for the surveys that they may be conducting as a private data, they do conduct a lot of surveys, but only limited domain of data they will be associated when they conduct this kind of thing. And as policy makers who are not statisticians, they will be using data produced by the statistical system. But here I have been privileged to be on both sides of the table and have some knowledge on both sides. I would like to use that knowledge here. Now, when we develop the new indicators, because new lot of data has become available, and the other day we were discussing some contest, and Professor Ashish and Dr. Pragya also recently released a discussion paper on the IIT Bombay on the measurement of house rent as part of the consumer price index. Now, consumer price index (CPI) is probably one of the most well-known statistical indicators. Even the common man knows what is the indicators because it sort of affects everybody. To those of us who are in the farmer sector, the DRS allows get determined by the CPI. Otherwise, also in the prices and the price indicators are parts of various contracts, and price indicators are very important numbers. Now, these indicators are in revision probably accelerate the GDP, the CPI and the revision. Naturally, as the data domain has evolved, the question in everybody's mind is that now that online markets are there, online shopping is very common, whether the Ministry of Statistics will use the online markets for collecting the data on CPI. Now they will come out with their methodology shortly. I don't want to preempt their publication by pronouncing what they will do. But I will rather deal with what are the issues and this is dealing with using new data techniques in collecting this data and what kind of issues that we face when we evaluate whether our data collection efforts are going in the right direction or not. Because basically when we develop any new methodology, we need to be sure that this methodology is leading to the measurement of the concept. Because when we talk of any variable, there is some concept, economic concept in our mind. Now that concept is converted into the measurement variable through some research and some methodologies and through the brainstorming and product of living or the price of the economy. Because there are several goods, several markets, several people buying, consumption markets are different, their goods are different, their markets are different, varieties are different. So, how to arrive at prices? Some price index are concept. Now, when we look at the new data techniques and we want to, for example, measure the CPI using the online prices. I will just take this as a starting problem and then I will move to other problems as I move. Now, when we look at the consumer price index, for example, it is covering basically the goods, the food products, and the our other than food, like clothing, footwear, and other food and non-food articles, and there are other services like health, education, transport, and other kind of goods. Now, when we want to construct, for example, a CPI using the online prices, traditionally, what has been done is that we go to the household, we go to the shop, we first go to the household, find out what is their consumption basket, create a our CPI goods basket, services, and all that, and then as we compile the index, we go to the designated markets and collect the price conditions, and based on that, we consider index. A lot of efforts are required to go to the markets. The easy way out now is to go to the online shops, collect the prices, and then compile them, put them in the same weighting pattern, and generate an index. Now, when we actually start doing, there are two issues that came coming. First thing is that when we want to compare price from T1 to T0, T1 is the current year and T0 is the base period of the corresponding period of the previous year for RIV and YY year-on-year inflation. We need prices on these two data points and to compare the comparables. These two prices have been for identical varieties, identical quantities, because we all know that there is economy of scale. If you buy something for 1 kg, there will be some price. But the same thing if you buy a say 5 kg package or 100 kg big bag, if 1 kg price will be different. So comparing the price of a 1 kg packet in today's time period with say I am computed price of a 5 kg packet in the previous year will not give you a correct price. You need the identical variety, identical quantity. Now when we go to the traditional data collection, the traditional data collectors have a proper schedule, price particular variety, column price 1 kg from this particular shop. So they will go to that particular shop, collect that variety record, and then you get a price letter which with all these commodities will aggregate to a CPA. When we go to the online shop, you all know online shops are very much customer friendly and they change the prices every now and then. You log in the morning, there is one price. You log in the afternoon, there is another price. You log in on Saturday, there is another price. On Wednesday, there is another price. There is a discount. Buy 2 get 1 free. You buy 2 kg rice, get 1 kg free. Now, ultimately, what we require is price of 1 kg rice and not this other paraphernalia of buy 2 get 1 free, 2 kg 300 grams free. All these things we do not want. Actually, we want to get them off. Unfortunately, when we do the online web scraping, not every time it is possible to get the correct price. The web scraping you will get the price, but that price that you get may not necessarily be for the same quality or the same quantity that you have for the previous year. So we need to do lot of efforts to clean that data, and it on the face of it, it appears a very simple thing that sitting at one place to download the data and compare. It is not as simple as that. It requires a lot of collecting additional information, the discounts, the time of the day, the other free fees along with it, offers and all that is all need to be all other decoration of that has to be removed and to aggregate the primary commodities that we are comparing. So that is one problem of comparing the prices. Now, when we want to collect this data on, again the problem is little easier, relatively easier for the let's say food commodities because they are more understandable. Now you go to clothing, you go to footwear, you go to any other, the comparable varieties that you will find from online shops is even more difficult. Comparable varieties because there are so many online shops for the apparently same looking, for example, this jacket I am wearing that may come from 500 rupees to 5,000 rupees. The description if you see on the online, this will be almost the same. Looking at the description available there, it will be very difficult to find out whether I am comparing the price of the same jacket which I compared last year or not. Or the time that was the is very now if you have to pay the same time price from the previous year, the variety available online is so wide that it will be very difficult to get a comparable price. Then again, when we look at we put it together all the prices. There are again big problems are when we compare the prices, we are looking at all India representative prices. First, online shopping, although it has now spread all over the country, it is also moving into the rural areas. It is still relatively urban and upper middle class or upper class demand. It is still for many commodities, it is not the rural areas or the poorer segments of the population are not still represented in the varieties and commodities available in the online market. So, what appears to the onlooker as a simple data source when you dig a little deeper, a lot of efforts are required to basically use that data source to combine official number, because the official number that comes out from official statistician and any other estimate coming from the for a particular study, the coverage, the vintage, the longevity of the same series, the expectations are very different. If I am doing a PhD work and I require, for example, one of my colleagues is doing works on intelligence expectation. And we also conduct intelligence expectation survey. You are doing it for the last 20 plus years. Last 20 plus years, we are doing that kind of survey. Now, this research conducted, survey conducted by our colleague, in that research center for 4 or 5 cities, it is good enough. Because it has to only capture the essential features of that particular thing, and once the analysis is captured correctly, the research is valid and it is academically acceptable work. But for official statistician, when I do this survey, I need to ensure that this survey is conducted on every policy round within the very short 10-day period that I have available to do the groundwork to validate all the data, to clean up the data. And these numbers have to be valid not only across time periods, across the geographies, and it should be reflective of the all around situation over the long period of time. When somebody evaluates the survey done by Reserve Bank of India, we don't look at the current was say now we are in January December survey. When we look at the survey from 2001 onwards, whether it is tracking the inflation or not. Evaluation that is faced by official statistician and evaluation that is faced by a one of research kind of survey is very different. So when we use these techniques for producing official statistics, the kind of result that is required for the methodological soundness and the geographical spread and the coverage is very different, and because we live in a democracy and any statistical number which is produced will be evaluated not only by the academic community but also by the public at large, and given the political economy that we have and the kind of political discussions that are happening world over, the statistics also has become a subject of political discussion, and we have seen statistics being quoted all the time in the political discourse also. So the production of statistics using any technique is nothing sort of challenging. These days, that some of my colleagues from Ministry of Statistics are here and they will empathize with me when I'm saying this kind of thing. So when we another thing that we need to do is that when we, for example, do the say online survey that we do. Now we combine the price index based on the online price, we convert it, we combine, and now we have data on online prices. Now this data is definitely very, very valuable because the official number, although our Ministry of Statistics is one of the fastest in bringing out the inflation numbers, 12 days after the end of the month, we get the CPI at 4 o'clock, it is published religiously on the 4 o'clock and 12th of the next month. It is published, but well, in Reserve Bank, we do the policy. For example, when recently we did the December policy on the 4th, 5th, and 6th of December, the November data was still available because published only one week later. Now, policy has to be forward-looking, that is one. The policy has to incorporate all the data available till then. So on 6th of December, when the government announced the policy, November was already over. November data we wanted to use for policy making. Now this online license, whatever difficulty I told, is still being used for getting an early estimate of the CPI and looking at various other interactions. For example, when we want to look at, I'll give an example of the policy changes, impact of policy changes that happen on the data. Now, the GST, recently the GST rates in September were changed. Now, when we want to look at the effect of change in policy or the actual ground situation, when if you want to look at using the official data, it firstly comes with some lag. Now, I'll give example of our policy. December 1st, we had the policy. Previous policy was on October 1st. October 1st, the GST revisions are only going to be followed. So there are not there is no enough time between the announcement of the GST rates and the policy. So that's what we said. So to expect to know the impact of those on the on-ground situation requires possible. Because the impact itself will take some time. But by December policy, we could, based on online data, based on regular data available at the online stores and different varieties, because there we have one more advantage of looking at the online data is that the GST rates are also announced for certain price rates. For example, ready-made garments. Some GST rate is there up to 1,000 rupees MRP. There is some other rate above that. When we look at the CPI, we can only aggregate it. The public CPI is only aggregated. But when we do the analysis as through online, as an online, we have available whatever difficulties I got, because we have been dealing with this difficulties, we also know how to overcome them. We have also developed technologies to overcome those difficulties. We have the access to granular data and we could, at least a preliminary estimate of GST impact, we could work out based on this granular data. So this is, it is on one side benefiting us in informing the policy, but at the same time, if you want to use this online prices as a substitute for CPI, then probably we are not reaching that. We are somewhere halfway. So we have both the benefit of having this data, but at the same time, if you want to combine the official series using online prices, probably we are yet not there. Now, I will just change the track a little bit and come to another set of technology that we have been using for some time, and our agricultural statisticians will be more interested in that. Is that agricultural production, the one data set which is very, very important for the policy making. Because when we in Reserve Bank look at the price stability, the food is very, very important, occupies more than 40% weight in the CPI basket. So the likelihood of or the projected path of food prices is very important for us to make an estimate and forecast of CPI for the next 12 months. Now, we have our statistical techniques, time series techniques, and other econometric models to look at the impact of various factors, and we do our projection for the farming. But in spite of all that, what is most important is the current, what is the yield on the ground, what is the sowing, what is the climatic condition, what is the actual growth of the crop, and with the kind of climate change that we are seeing and extreme weather events that happen all the time. Although we have also seen those kind of events happening right since our childhood, but ours in the sense I am talking about the older people. Whereas the younger people, it is they may be thinking that only these events happen now. But I have my own experience of seeing those kind of like raining in December and all that. I've seen from my childhood, and I lost close relative from those kind of weather due to Assawa, and that is why this is known to me, and it is seen in my mind that these extreme weather events are not new, they are old. But they will become more frequent and their impact has become more. Recently, we saw the floods in Punjab, and it is our main rice bowl and this thing. So, when we look at this, the impact of this on actual ground situation and its impact going forward on the prices is something what in Reserve Bank we are interested in. So, what do we do? Because agricultural data, production data will come only after the production season is over, they will do the crop cutting, then they will do nowadays of course there are so many other techniques, satellite techniques and all that, but those data are produced by those agencies for the informed industry. In reserve bank when we do, some of these data are not published and we need to do. So what we have started doing internally is that we have started using the satellite data. So we have started looking at the satellite image which gets converted into some sort of numbers, what is called ADVI, get difference registration index, and then we look at it at a very granular level. We have started looking at it for some sensitive commodities. If you know that is pulses and oil seeds are some of these commodities where we have traditionally seen the inflation going very volatile, and these are the commodities where we are still demand and supply gap is there. We need to import pulses, we need to import oil from abroad, and based on that, the trajectory of inflation depends on the domestic production of these things. So we have started looking internally at the satellite data and taking estimates of the crop growth during the season. That is our finding. Now the challenge that as a statistician that we face is that my researchers will look at the events, they will look at all the physiological growth, all these things they do. Now, as a boss, I will ask them, how good is your estimate? When they look at tools in some district of Maharashtra, some district of Karnataka, where the tool is grown, and we look at those and they will produce. So this year the tool production is going to be 70. And my estimate is good. I will ask them to prove. How do you say that your estimate is good? Now, what is it that they will base on this? Now, the agricultural statistics is one because of diversity, its geographical spread, so many crops, and the official agencies have to collect data, it has to be aggregated bottom up. The timeliness of availability of agricultural data is something which the policy maker is definitely not comfortable with because it comes much later. Now, what we then need to do is that data which comes later is only targeted. Now, if I want to see whether my estimate for those districts is correct or not, I need district wise. To trust the data that is produced by satellite imaging, all the best technology, all the best scientific work they have recorded, everything. It is the numbers are in front of me, show me the satellite images, they show everything. But ultimately, it has become scrutinized whether your estimate is correct or not. For that, they need to produce the correlation, they need to produce the tracking for the past data. No, unfortunately, those poor boys and girls do not have district wise and crop wise data until 2 years or 3 years after the crop year is over. No, but by the time their data comes and they validate, they will have moved on and somebody else should have come in their place because in the bureaucracy we can transfer from one place to another, and this kind of work and evaluation is something which is मतलब बारह हो गई शादी हो गई फिर थोड़ी आई मतलब तो दूल्हा दुल्हन उसकी शादी हो गई बच्चे भी हो गए बाद में अभी थोड़ी आगे खराब दुल्हा तो ये तो it's a difficult proposition of all these statisticians who want to evaluate and claim credit for their work not having proper benchmark is also a challenge. Now, that is one challenge of having a timely benchmark. So, second challenge would be, I will give another example. The satellite night light data. For example, there is so much literature on night light. The satellites are looking at the night and they look at the illumination of the night, and then from that they will assess the economic activity and they will say because based on the intensity of the night light, the economic activity will be just. Now, if you want to do this kind of work, it is better to do it at a slightly more focused geography because when you look at all, everything gets lost in the analysis. So to basically set a benchmark and to prove that this technology actually measures the output correctly, we need to prove it as a pilot on some small geographical area and then validate our methodology. Unfortunately, while the GDP at national level, again there are a lot of questions on that. The recent pronouncement by the IMF also, although the IMF themselves have qualified their evaluation with a lot of footnotes which nobody cares to read, but they will only look at the headline. But in spite of that, assuming that all India data is valid, when we want to validate this kind of methodology, the availability of data at the granular level and good quality data at granular level is a challenge because state domestic product data is produced by various state directorates and using the methodology which is probably not the latest in terms of capturing all the latest activity and all that. Probably the sectors which are affected by 98 probably are not even measuring correctly. So this new technology, if you want to use this new technology to develop the new indicators, we have challenge of what is it to benchmark them with? What is it to benchmark with them with, and then how to claim that my methodology which I have developed is useful or not? This is one challenge that as a professional statistician we face. Now I will come to yet another example where we have been making some efforts into using the software. Because while certain email data and all that is fine, there are also a lot of data that we need to that we require for doing the policy. Now, recently you see that our GDP has been very robust, the inflation is low, as they got the building up situation is there. Everything looks very fine on this. But when the policymakers speak, they talk of uncertainty. The Indo-US trade deals are under negotiation for a very long time, and depending on what comes out, when it comes out, in what form it comes out, now again something happened in Venezuela. So all these things which happen in the real world, they are very, very crucial for understanding what is going to happen going forward. Because 8.2 GDP or 0.7 inflation is hardly any useful information to see what is going to happen in the year 26, 27 going forward. Because we as uncertainties very much alive with methods. Now, uncertainty is such a, if I use this term economic variable, it is very difficult to measure. It is very difficult to measure. Now, for that, we have to resort to what is known as soft data, for example, media. Now, what is happening in the what analysts will talk about what is going to be the impact of recent events in the American continent on, for example, oil prices. Because oil being imported, that is going to determine the trajectory of oil prices. It is going to determine the trajectory of inflation. It is going to determine the input cost of the manufacturing sector. Based on that, the manufacturing sector cost driven inflation will happen. The whole spectrum of the commodities in the CPI basket will be affected by it. Again, because of the oil prices, the exchange rate will get affected. Because of the exchange rate, the imported commodities prices will get affected. So, events which are unfolding now are going to have impact going forward. These events have to be quantified in the form of some sort of indices, and we have to compare whether today's uncertainty is more or less as compared to uncertainty which we faced 6 months back. So there is an evolving literature on measuring this kind of not intangible variables and using them in economic analysis. There will be talk of financial market. For example, exchange rate or the equity prices or bond prices or the various other government debt market or any markets. These are all having lot of statistics embedded into them in terms of their measurement of risk and all that. But all those data of measuring the volatility and all that are based on actual price movements in the past. What is the volatility of exchange? What is the volatility of volume? What is the volatility of even interest of all? These are all derived based on the actual market volumes, rates. These are all hard data. But as much or even more than the hard data, these kind of uncertainty indicators or the events, they drive the rates going forward. So it is very important that these are measured in formal way. And if you have to benchmark them against something, then again, you do not have any benchmark. Because uncertainty is there, but to say that there is so much uncertainty. But look at the stock market, you don't see any very wide movements in the stock market. On one side, you do the analysis of the text, analysis of various events, you see that there is uncertainty. On the ground, stock market is very on some channels. So how to say whether the uncertainty which is happening is real or it is only perceived? So this is something even the statisticians face this uncertainty as to whether the statistical indicators that we have developed by uncertainty index itself are uncertain whether it is correct or not. So this kind of, while there are so many, because of the availability of data on our desktop, we can track the news that is happening in Venezuela, in Caracas news, we can translate that particular language into the correct language. On the real time, we can even decode the facial movements of President of United States. All these technologies are available. But how do we convert that into measurable index? And then how do we know that my measurement is actually useful for policy purposes? So these are the challenges that policy makers face. Recently, last week we released our financial stability report. So some of these indicators we have placed in the financial stability report. We just the names of these indicators I read out for those who are interested. There are three indices of which we have some charts. Economic policy uncertainty index, geopolitical risk index. Also, these happen now. President of Venezuela, trade policy uncertainty in Indo-US trade. All these things have lot of relevance for the policy making, and these are all research efforts in terms of developing this kind of research, and these are very, very important for the policy makers. As Reserve Bank of India, we have also been tracking them very closely. Apart from the hard data, we track a lot of news, lot of these soft indicators, and we compare them internally. We also, as transparent institution, we put them on in public domain. Our financial stability report, for example, which we report regularly every 6 months. Recently, last week we released one. There we talk about not only what is the state of the Indian financial system. For example, all the banks are doing very well, the economy is doing all well. But if something like COVID hits us, what is going to happen? If something like COVID, if we are standing here in January of 2020, nobody would think that there will be a negative GDP contraction in the next year. Nobody would have imagined. And what will happen to the banks? Whether the banks will close down, whether our savings will be safe or not, we will not know. But what we need to do in Reserve Bank of India is to stress the bank balance sheets and their indicators using this kind of extreme events and find out how many banks are likely to get stress. So there is a connected. One bank gets closed, they borrow from another bank. Whether if like a domino effect, one institution will have impact on the other institution, that will have impact on the third institution, network effect. All these things have to be analyzed using the statistical techniques for the hard data. In addition, these kind of uncertainty of indicators also, because not only the interconnectedness, but the prices If collateral against which they are lent, for example, gold, there is so much of gold loan. If the gold prices tomorrow collapse, the otherwise it is considered as the same asset. But the loan against gold, if the gold price today is all 1 lakh and I have taken about 10 lakhs, say 1 lakh rupees loan. And if God forbid it comes to 50,000, I have no incentive to repay the loan. I have no incentive to repay the loan. Because the value of my collateral is less than the liability that I am having. So in that situation, the banks will raise the loan. So this kind of analysis we need to look at. Uncertainty also plays a major role. So given all these kind of things, the measurement of economic variables, while there is a whole lot of methodology, these all things are very, very important. The availability of new data sets, the new indicators, the whole data that gets generated by transactions, they are all very, very useful as supplementary indicators. Some of them are also part of the main measurement. For some segments, it is really very robust. So instead of the whole spectrum, you can actually use them for some segments as a primary source. But the researchers have to pay very close attention to the development of new indicators, evaluation of their robustness, and their utility in the final analysis, because if the indicators they will develop, you will be using them in some models. So basically, while one benchmark may be there or not be there, but when we use them in the models, and then you will know whether this indicator which I used was good or not, because ultimately the economic theory will say whether the if I use an online price index instead of a WPI or CPI, and then my model gives a better result, then I get the yes, my online CPI was good, but if it doesn't, then I need to look a little more carefully into the way I have constructed this online CPI, and I need to go back to the drawing board and recast my methodology. Because this is my methodology. Standard methodology is only one accept. So I need to go back to the drawing board. So basically, when we look at new data sources, we have to be cognizant of their uh, utility, their limitations, their benchmarking, and ultimately their economic or whichever domain we are implementing these things. In that particular domain of study, the utility of that indicator is explaining the phenomena that we are trying to explain. So basically, we cannot just stop at this is a new data source, this is a good indicator I have developed, and I am happy. Now these are for me. No, that is not enough. One development of economic indicator development. It's not sufficient. The researcher has to go through the entire journey of its final utility in the scientific study. Thank you.
We have been guided Dr. Joshi on a very, very complex, and I think the way he presented made the presentation on the kind of complexity, I think speaks. I think it's really very, very complex, and he, along with that, the question of uncertainty, question of possibility, all these issues come up, and it leads us to a kind of a zone of discomfort and high discomfort and how to get out of it. But Dr. Rishi, in today's life, discomfort has become much, much bigger. But we have the discomfort also. When you are constructing index numbers, issues are that how we combine apple with orange, with both and others, and what way we do, and if we combine them, what it means. So that from the beginning itself, the people are discussing all the things. We, in fact, after
he is coming out with the macroeconomics. He is every student which has shown trying to formulate everything in terms of GDP and other kind of measure. In today's world, in this complex world of today, these are all questions. Look at the monetary policy itself. It starts with MV is equal to PP. Now, MV, money and velocity. P and P makes your GDP. What is this P? Is this P CPI? No. Is this P WPI? If you first say it is the GDP percentage. And GDP is spread again, we don't get it. So easily. That is all. But then Reserve Bank is told that you have to wait the there is a time when we join Reserve Bank, we are comfortable with W. At a particular stage, we thought no, the WPI does not affect the consumers, so let us get price. So this is one set. The next question that comes out is that what are the instruments that is available, effective instruments available for us to take the economy into the desired form? How effective are those instruments? These are all questions, highly complex. We try to simplify them, but we have come to a stage, and it's not really so easy to simplify the kind of things. At the same time, we have we also look for potential output. We itself finding difficult to measure output. Now we are talking about potential. And what is the output gap? We try to find out. Again, another problem. Then expected inflation. What is the expectation on inflation? Because past is past. For God, by God, but we have to look for the for whatever forecast we do, why various the other day, November, RBI bulletin has come out with a wonderful article by the Statistical Department, combining all sorts of data and then try to come out with a kind of a inflation forecast. So whatever is possible through exploration of data, we try to do and try to get certain things based on the past, thinking that things will happen in the future. And Dr. Joshi has already mentioned various kinds of uncertainties that is happening throughout the world. Let me give the example of a cryptocurrency. We are talking about the currency. If a cryptocurrency comes, even if we don't want some of the people, because of each some advantage of say hiding the income and taking the money out very much more freely, what happens to the kind of economic policy that we pursue for a nation, country as a whole, it becomes a part of the whole. So what is making world is coming into a kind of a challenge, a situation where there is a huge lot of information, and from out of the information, extracting the information itself is a huge challenge. And next question comes with the even if you attract, even if you want to do certain kind of a thing, certain things are possible. Say for example, government has to be fiscally prudent. So the revenue and expenditure part we should be able to control. The financial sector, it's very important that we are in a position to see that bubbles not take place in the financial sector. Because if you look at most of the shocks in the world for centuries came mainly from the financial sector. But then financial sector with the kind of possibilities, arbitrage possibilities, etc. If you see that 1997, the East Asian crisis, these countries are considered to be tigers. Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Korea. And you see, in no time, see, Indonesia had an inflation up to 8%. Thailand had a kind of problem. Each of them borrowed money is in dollar time, invested in their own country. And when these things happened, and some people they took position in terms of bar, high bar,
And then in the course of time, when dollar became highly expensive, they paid peanuts, and in the process, millions and millions of people became poor. So the question that comes out is that in this complex world, as policymakers, I feel there is a lot of wisdom. We have seen recently the way the exchange rate was happening and it was going down. There is a limit to which you say the East Asia limit to prices because we are following a fixed exchange rate. We are not following fixed exchange rate. We are trying to manage it, but manage also has a limit in terms of what currency we have. So the world is very complex. Uncertainties are given. So in that kind of a situation, the kind of a framework that we have built in the past, does it work? And if it works, how much it works? If it doesn't work, what we need to do? And we as statisticians, basically what we mean, data to be converted into information by relating back. And the information to be extracted into knowledge. But what knowledge we are going to extract? And that is what, for that we take the course to the subject, as I already mentioned about the economics and finance have a huge challenge. So in that kind of a situation, we are almost working like the elephant and that five blind man kind of a situation. I don't know. I think this is a challenge. This is a challenge. The question that comes out here is raised very fundamental issue. In that kind of a situation, how do we go? How do we go? And if you look at in the recent period, see, we wanted the industrial output as a percentage of GDP to become 25%. But we are still hovering around 15, 17. We wanted to do it for certain policy measures that are not working. Why it is not working? Because unless there is a real demand in the market, the suppliers will not produce. And so supply response will not happen. And how the demand will come unless people income rises. If people's income have to rise, their productivity has to rise. For productivity has to rise, investment has to be higher. For investment has to be higher, there has to be component of credit extraction. And these are all things which happen at the macro level, mostly, not at the macro level. But government has the capacity to take policy more at the macro level rather than the micro level. So the issue is that how do we take up those kind of things? It's all complex kind of thing. It's for intelligent audience here. Think of my job as the chair. I must thank Dr. Rishi for bringing out such a complex issue. As I said in the beginning, it is very, very complex, and Dr. Joshi talking it made it much more complex for all of us to do. It's really a challenge. It's a central banking itself is a challenge. As I said, that P that we talk of in MPLPT is the GDP deflator, not CPI. That's such problem. Anyway, but since we don't have things, we try to find out some things as sources. How does it grow? These are all questions that come up. I also don't have a solution. I work on this area. It is not at this audience I want to expose what I think of, but it's really complex. But I personally feel that in this kind of a situation, the statistics has a very important role as by your stochastic process. If we cannot tackle it in a particular way, we can possibly try to address some stochastic processes and the kind of a you can say the homogenizing the heterogeneous kind of a thing into different clusters and how things move from one cluster to another cluster with a kind of a transition process and transition probability. Again, when it comes to economics, it is behavioral. When it becomes behavioral, your way of looking at stochastic process doesn't work. we have to get the behavioral part of it into the entire setup. This is again a question, and the kind of statistical tools that we use in terms of distribution, etc., have their own limitations. So we are progressive, but world is much more complex. So thank you so much, Dr. Vishnu, for being your participant, and thank you. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
I request Chair to felicitate the speaker.
Yeah.
We now move on to Professor Renanda's memorial lecture. I request everyone to remain seated. I would like to invite Dr. Rajendra Prasad to for the further proceedings.
PPT share करा था तू है ना
A very good afternoon to all of you. We are moving ahead with the second technical lecture for the conference, that is 14th Renanda's memorial lecture. This will be delivered by Dr. Sugata Senra and it will be chaired by Dr. Balagovinda. May I request both of them to come up the dais, please. This session is in the memory of Professor Renandas. Therefore, a few words about Dr. Renandas, although I don't have the literary capacity to describe his work in words, but a few things that he was born on February 1, 1923 in Khulna, now in Bangladesh. He completed PhD degree in 1943, MSc degree in Statistics in 1945, PhD degree in 1965 from Calcutta University. He had been taught by eminent statisticians like Professor B.C. Manavich, Dr. R.C. Bose. Since beginning of the class, had been a brilliant student and had his school and college friends. He joined Indian Agricultural Statistics Research Institute. At that time, it was Indian Agricultural Research Statistics in 1946, February 1, 1946, at the age of 23. 1949, it became a statistical branch, and then working on different positions. He worked as director of the institute, he worked as professor, he worked as a warden, and take care of all research, teaching, and training aspects of the institute, staying in the campus. Then he moved to Central Water Commission as director of statistics and retired from there in 1981, where he worked on use of computers for analysis pertaining to industrial quality of water. After superannuation, he served as emeritus scientist at Indian Statistical Institute, Delhi Center, for 1 year. He worked as consultant, Central Pollution Control Board, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, for another 2 years. As I also that he had been a prolific writer. And see that those are applied. In one of the conferences where I was a young researcher at the time, he said, normally people say that publish or perish. He added one word, publish, apply, or perish. He had published more than 100 research papers, authored several books. Among them, the two most read one are The Analysis of Experiments, which is a textbook, and Statistical Methods and Concepts. He had been a motivated teacher, inspiring to all his students. He has guided more than 20 PhD students and 15 diploma students at ISRI. He has been decorated with highest award National Award for Professor P. Swat Minister of Statistics or Ministry of Statistical Program and Application. Government of India for lifetime contribution in 2006. He was elected president of 26th session of Indian Science Congress Association during 68th session in 1980. He has delivered enormous lectures at all the places, and he had been honored with Dr. Vijay Pansay Memorial Lecture. He had been several president of Indian Society of Agricultural Statistics. Indian Society of Agricultural Statistics decorated him with Scientific Bhushan Award. And then he served at many positions, starting from Joint Secretary to Vice President of the Society, Indian Society of Agricultural Statistics, and all of us know that he is founder president of the Society of Statistics, Computer and Applications. On 20th April 1998, to be exact, the Society was registered. He was a senior editor for Statistics and Application. Society instituted Kamadas Memorial Lecture in his memory. 13 have been delivered so far, and today we have the 14th one. And then Dr. Kamadas Memorial and Scientist Award, which will be again the session tomorrow. I will not be taking much time on showing light to the sun. Therefore, these are what I would like to say about Professor Mandas, and I take pride in saying that I have been his fourth generation of students. Three generations are here in this hall. This session is being chaired by Professor Balagopal. He is a senior professor of statistics at Worcester Polytechnic Institute, US. He has done his PhD from Iowa in 1989. Bayesian predictive inference for longitudinal and multivariate surveys. He is fellow of American Statistical Association. His areas of interest include application of Bayesian statistics to survey methodology, small estimates to discrete multivariate data, non-ignorable missing data, non-parametric statistics, computational methods, data science, and statistics education. He has been a prolific writer, 200 plus research papers with an index of 24 and a 10 index of 58. And he has delivered lectures in several conferences, chair sessions. He is a editorial board of many journals, and he has a phone. He is a continuous visitor of the country, India. He is a native from Guyana, and he is born in Guyana, but origins from India. We welcome you, Balagopal, from the society side, and request you to chair the session. But before that, I request the chair, Professor Balagopal, and the family of Dr. Das to pay tribute to Dr. Das before this time. Dr. Ashish and Dr. G.
पीपीटी शेयर पूरा स्क्रीन शेयर कर दीजिए पूरा स्क्रीन ऐड झूमला जायला पाहिजे ना झूमला जाते पुढे मागं करून बघ बरं एक छोटस ते बघा त्यांची बॅग भेटली माझला नाम लिखा एक सांगितलं असेल तसं काय माहिती आपला पुढे मागं करून बघून
Okay, I'm glad you guys are still here. It's kind of late. I was going to say same thing like Alexandra, sir. But I'll stop all that, right? So I just want to make, I'll say two small things. Greetings to Professor Das, his family, colleagues, and friends. Okay. The Professor Das was a very strong, distinguished statistician, mathematically oriented, and brought all those things to agriculture through design of experiments. I don't want to get details on this. But I'll make one point. When I was an MS student at Imperial College, London University, 1979 to 1981, I took a course in design of experiments. Professor Dan's name came up in that course. And I actually made inquiries about him at that time and found that he worked for IASRI. I said to myself, one day I must go to IASRI. And I did in 2013, 2015, and 2023. I give talks on all those occasions. I started there with Professor Chandra, Hukam Chandra, you probably know him, past in both. I met him many places. And every time I met him, I counted that as I went to IASRI. And then Professor Rajendra reminded me in my last lecture that I only came there three times. So that's it. So that's all I can say. What I want to add here is one, Professor Vinod Gupta is a very close and dear friend to me. He was a student of Professor Das. There's another student here, the first student of Professor Das, Chandra, I forget his full name, but he's here and I got only yesterday. So he was the first student among the 30 PhD students that Professor Das produced. So we'll now go on to the talk. So Professor Sugata Senroy is going to give this talk. So he's from the Department of Statistics at the University of Calcutta. So that's an interesting point because Professor Das is from the University of Calcutta. And this fellow is from the University of Calcutta. Calcutta is one of the strongest schools, one of the strongest schools in India, actually. So I like University of Calcutta. I myself visited that place. Professor Sen, he received a BS from Presidency College in Calcutta. That's a great place, actually. 1981. MSc and PhD 1993, University of Calcutta. Right? He has been teaching at the University of Calcutta since 1989. He was put head of departments 2018, 2020. Yeah, 2018, and he retired August 2025. Superannuation? Yeah. Like he retired in America. He's a distinguished academic statistician, widely recognized for his contributions to time series analysis, time series analysis, econometrics, applied statistics. His research is interdisciplinary, and he also worked on survival models. Right? Incidentally, earlier than that, I was a student of Sir David Roxby Cox at Imperial College. Cox wrote one paper in the proportional assets model, which is probably one of the most highly cited paper. When I talked to Cox in 1981, he told me I didn't know I was doing something very good there. It turns out it was one of the best things to do. He held visiting positions at the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, Monash University, Australia, ISI here, IIM. Actually, I visited the University of Calcutta in 2013 when Baswati Ganguly was head. Kalyan Das, some of you know him. He was a great friend of mine over there before he went to IIT in Mumbai. Professor Sugata Senroy will talk on modeling, alternating, recurrent time lead and data for NS and DAS member data.
Okay, I'm very much grateful to the Institute, University Department of Statistics, and to the Society of Statistics, Computer and Applications for inviting me to give this lecture today. In fact, I was a bit surprised to be asked to give this lecture because, in fact, when we were alumni, okay, so he passed out a long time before me, definitely from the university. But unfortunately, we have never met. And during our MSc days, it was that we used to read his books, basically, on the side. That's how I came to know about him. Okay? But unfortunately, we have never met. And our primary idea was that she was a person more related to the design experiments. And therefore, I was a bit surprised when I was asked to give this lecture because I haven't worked in this area for a very long time. In fact, after I passed out my MSc, probably I never worked in the design experiments. But Professor Das definitely had ideas in other fields as well, particularly as in official statistics, etc. So maybe I'll be looking at application of statistics in some other areas, and maybe this talk in that sense will be somewhat relevant to his ideas of what statistics is about. So I'll be talking on modeling alternative recurrent time table data. So many of audience may not be aware of what this is like. Okay, so I'll give you a preview to what time table data is before I come to the alternating recurrent time table data. Okay, so we begin with events. So what is an event? An event is a phenomena that we are interested in. Okay, so we look at, and what we'll be interested in is to look at the time to an event. Okay, so time to an event is the duration of the time from the entry of the subject to the occurrence of the event. Okay? So it's something like this. The subject comes in at time 0. When he comes in, we say, okay. When he comes in, it's always at time 0. And then we look at the length of time till the event happens for the subject. Okay? So this is the lengths that we have for different subjects. You see that I'm denoting by E the event. There are some C's here. I'll come back to this C later on. So in some cases we'll have C, in some cases we'll have B. Most cases we are interested in this key. Okay? Let me give you some examples here. First example will be time to death of patients suffering from melancholic melanoma. So it's a type of cancer, and we look at the time to death from the onset of the cancer. So this we'll be interested in look at different types of cancer have different timelines of survival. So we'll try to look at how long the patient survives this sort of cancer. Okay? And time to remission of patients suffering from asthma. So a patient is suffering from asthma and is given some sort of a medicine,
how long does it take for the patient to actually get cured? And obviously, we'll be comparing medicines to this. Then we have time to malfunction of a mobile phone, in fact. I think I've got something wrong. More interesting would be time to the person gets employment. So when a person starts looking for work, how long does it take for the person to get employment? Okay? It could be something like time to first score in a football match. So match starts and how long does it take for a team to score the first goal? So we'll be interested in the length of time to give it event. So these are the events. The first goal is the event here, the death is the event here, remission is the malfunctioning is the event here, and we are looking at the time to this. And so this will be the data type that we'll be looking at. What is survival analysis? Survival analysis basically time to event data. Primarily, there are two big peaks for us. One of them is reliability theory, the other is survival analysis. Reliability is mainly concerned with machines. Survival analysis is mainly concerned with human or medical data. Okay, so biological data. So we'll be looking at this from a survival analysis point of view. So it's basically making probability statements about survival or remission times of acutely ill patients undergoing biological experimentation. Okay. So it's the time, it could be survival time, remission time, it could even be death, it could be a person falling sick, etc. So you have to define what the event is, and we're looking at the time to this, and we'll be looking at making some probability statements regarding this. The two major functions that we generally look at are the survival function, which is the probability of an individual surviving the event beyond time t. So t is the time, remember, time to the event, and st is the probability that the person survives time t. This is one. The other is the hazard function. Hazard function is the probability of an individual surviving till time t and experiencing the event at the next instant. It's called the instantaneous occurrence of the event. Okay, so there are various ways we call it force of mortality by the statistics, etc. So it's given by this function, it's more of a rate rather than a probability. Okay? So why do you look at two different functions? Generally, the survival functions is easier to look at. Mathematically, it's easier to look at. But the problem with the survival function is always going to go down. Okay, so as t increases, it's 1 minus the distribution function, and therefore is always decreasing. So when you model basically, it's very difficult to model it from the survival function because all survival functions will be going down. Hazard functions, on the other hand, although a little bit more complicated, can take various shapes. It can be increasing, it can be decreasing, it can be flat, it can be dome shaped, it can be in fact a bathtub shaped, etc. So when you model data, it's easier to model from the hazard function than from the survival function. But these two are used almost synonymously because mathematically it can very easily go from one to the other. There are very simple ways from actually take the log of the derivative of this, take the negative of that, and you get to the hazard function. So it's very easy to go from one to the other. And the reason we have this two different functions is because of the interpretations that we can make. This is easier to interpret, and this is easier to identify from models. Okay. Now, I had some C in the diagram I showed you. So the usual problems in survival analysis or in reliability as well is that the data very often is censored. Censored in the sense is that the survival time is not observed to its logical end. The event is not observed during the study period. I'll give you a very quick example. Suppose that doctor, everyone has common flu, right? So if you have flu, and we go to the doctor, and the doctor tells you that you take this medicine and come back to me after 5 days if you are not fit. Okay. So you have the medicine, and the doctor suppose is observing as how long it takes for the medicine to work. How many of us do go back to the doctor and report that we have got fit? Nobody does. So basically the doctor only knows that after 5 days you have to come back. So probably you are fit now. Okay, so it's basically censored. So you don't know when you got, the doctor will never know when you got fit actually. You will know that after 5 days you haven't come back, so the event must have happened. Okay. So this sort of things happens, and these are referred to as censored data. So we don't actually observe the event themselves. Three major reasons are termination of the study. So I'll give you another very quick example. If you're looking at electric bulbs, when you're testing how long the bulbs works, and you say that the lot of bulbs is good enough, if it has worked for say 200 hours maybe. Now some bulbs do not go up to 200 hours. Maybe some bulbs actually doesn't work after 60 hours. We know the time to that actually when it doesn't stop malfunctions. Okay. But some bulbs keeps working even up to 200 hours. But you cannot wait till that time, right? You cannot indefinitely go on studying this. So you have to terminate the study. And this bulbs, we only know that they have worked for 200 hours or more. We don't know the exact time to the event when it actually goes fused. Okay. So termination of the study is one reason why we have censored data. One of the reasons is loss to follow-up. As I said, that we never go back to the doctor and report that we have got well. Okay, so loss to follow-up, the patient does not turn up again. Okay. Withdrawn from the study. This is important. This is somewhat similar to loss to follow-up, but in certain cases, when you are giving medicines to or treatment to a certain person, and you see that the treatment is not working, for ethical reasons, obviously you cannot continue with that treatment. You have to shift the person to another treatment. So what happens, you don't see the event, you don't see the time the person takes to get cured within this, through this treatment. So we have to withdraw the person from that and maybe apply a different treatment. Okay, so sometimes there are withdrawals, and this also turns out to be sensitive. So for a sensor observation, the actual event time is unknown. What is known is the time at which the individual left the study. We only know that at this time, so for 200 hours the bulb has worked. We don't know exactly how long, maybe 300 hours, maybe 400 hours, maybe even 201 hour only, okay? But we'll never know that. So we know that the sensory time, but not the actual event time. Now again, dropping this observation leads to loss of information. So we can't drop this observation because that the bulb has worked for 200 hours is an important information which we do not want to lose. Okay. In many situations, if we keep dropping these observations, we'll be left with very few observations in hand to work with. Okay, so sensor observations are a integral part of survival analysis or reliability analysis as well. So what we observe? We observe that for the ideal individual, we observe the minimum of TI and CI. So if the event happens before the person leaves the study, we observe TI. If the person leaves the study before the event has happened, then we observe the sensory time only CI. So our observation basically is YI, which is the minimum of TI and CI. Now let me come to recurrent events. These are just feelings, as I said, because I will not be talking on this. Recurrent events is, in many studies, an event may not be terminal, but may occur several times over a period of time. Okay? So it might not be a terminal event, like death, for example. In death, obviously, you don't have recurrences, unfortunately. So in this case, I'll give you some examples. Time test matters. So we can have several attacks of asthma. So there are recurrences. The first attack, the second attack, people suffering from asthma have several attacks of this. Okay, so we can have several times through asthma attacks. We can have periods of illness or recurrence of common cold, times between successive repairs of a mobile phone. Okay, so the phone actually you don't throw it away. You might be sending it for repair, and after you repair it, you again find that it malfunctions after a time, and you can look at this timeline. So it's happening over and over again. You know, football match, there will be times between goals in a football match. So we have the first goal, time to the first goal, time to the second goal from the first goal, and so on and so forth. Okay. So you have recurrences. And you have something like this here. So I will start at 0, first event occurred at E1. So this was the time the first asthma attack took place. Then after this time period, this is the second time that the asthma attack took place. Third time, fourth time, etc. Okay? And I forgot to mention this. Remember, the C is the sensory time. Okay. So in some cases there will be C's. So it's possible that after 4 recurrences you have a C. Or it's even possible that during the study period there were no events at all. You just have a sensory time here only. Okay, so that's possible. So all these combinations are possible. So what we are now extending from the previous model was that we now have several recurrences of the event here. Okay. So again, the interest in this cases centers on the pattern of these recurrences. Okay. So focus is to simultaneously study these recurrences and look at the pattern in which they occur. So probably if you look at patients suffering from cancer, for example, the relapses. As the disease progresses, the relapses becomes faster and faster. Okay, so time to the next relapse generally becomes shorter and shorter. So is there a pattern for this? For different types of cancers, this relapses would be having different patterns. For some, they would be say maybe equidistant. Okay, so relapses happen almost the same time, the first one, second one. But for more severe cases, the relapses tend to happen faster and faster. So is there a pattern for this? That is what something that we will be interested in to look at for such models. I will give you some references because whatever I talk up to now is very well known in the research. There has been a lot of work on this, and therefore I will not be elaborating on this. Okay, there are thousands of papers on survival analysis and probability theory regarding this, and I give you some references in those. Okay. But I'll go over next is what we thought about maybe 10, 15 years back. We are looking at a slightly different problem, and we came up with this problem here. It's called we have called it the alternating recurrent events. Now, what are alternating recurrent events? In a recurrent event model, the events themselves may not be instantaneous, but may have a span of its own. You see, I'll give you an example. This would, if you look at times to asthma attack, so when you look at one attack, then the time to the next attack. But once an attack takes place, the person is under medication. Okay, and when he is under medication for some days, maybe 7 days, 8 days, this is the time to cure. And after the cure takes place, so the cure is not instantaneous. So the next recurrence you don't start from the very instance of the recurrence of the first one. There will be a short period of time to cure. And then again the second recurrence time starts. So there will be an alternate sequence of times of illness and times of cure. Okay? So that's what we are interested in. If you look at recurrence of common cold, there will be years when you are ill. And when you are ill, basically you should not start counting them at that time point. What happens generally is there a pattern in this? Okay, I'll come back to this. Now, this is something I'll come back to later on. Times of unemployment operating with kinds of employment. In the unorganized sector, obviously employment is not continuous. For example, in the agricultural sector, most employment are during the harvesting period. Okay? So after that, the person loses the job. And then again, the person has say maybe 100 days work or 50 days. We have all talks about all this, okay? But what is the intervening period is actually sitting out. There is a period of unemployment. That is something we generally don't take note of. We take note of the periods of employment, length of employments, but not of the length of the unemployment. Okay. So actually what is happening is there will be this alternating situations of periods of unemployment, alternating with periods of employment. So interest of centers in the patterns of this alternating recurrent events is also their interrelationships. So now what we have is we have two events. The event itself has been sort of expanded. So we have event E and F. So we start say 0, event E1 takes place, then the other event F1 takes place. So this is time to illness, time to cure, then time to illness again, then time to cure. So we have two alternating sequence of events. Okay. And this can happen for all individuals. You can start in times of illness as well. So it's not necessarily start in blue. This orange basically is the other event. Okay. And you can go on, you can still have sensor data. So after some time, the person leaves the study and you can have a sensor observation here. Okay. So let me explain this. Now let's go to the model of this. E and F being two complementary alternating states. Previously, we had only one state, the E state. Now we have E and F as two complementary alternating states. E is the state of, so for example, E is the state of health and F is the state of illness. And they occur alternately. So we'll define by E and F the alternative events as well. So what it means is that the state E begins with the event E and ends with the event F. So you start with the perfect health and you are healthy, and then at the end you fall sick, you are in F. And then what happens is F now starts, F starts, and the event F continues, you are ill, and then at the end you again become healthy and you are back into event E. Okay, so this is how it works. So we assume that all individuals start in state E. For the time being, we are making this assumption, okay, just for modeling purposes. And then we are saying that we have an alternating sequence of F and E events. So start in E, you end at F, then continue in F, end at E, etc. So you have a sequence like this. So you start in E, end in F1, then you have F, continue in F, and then end in E1. And you have a sequence. So these are the second recurrences, these are the third recurrences. And we'll denote by x1, x2 the length of times in the state. So x1 is the time in the first state, y1 is in the alternate even state, x2 for the second recurrence, y2 for the second recurrence, and this is what we have. Okay, so this is the alternating recurrent event model that we have. Okay. So x plus y is a complete cycle of, so you start here with in a state of good health, then you become ill, and then you again become healthy. So it's one full cycle here, etc. So x plus y is the total length of the cycle. Okay. The data that we worked on was basically this data. I'll come back to this at the very end. It's very difficult to get. So the data that we worked on was the cystic fibrosis data. It's a very famous data by Cooks. And this was basically a disease. Cystic fibrosis is a disease that disrupts the body's salt balance. And what happens is it usually affects the respiratory and the digestive systems and clogs the lungs and makes it difficult to expectorate. So there is something called an RHDLS, which is used as a treatment for this disease, cystic fibrosis. And the actual study was basically a patients were observed for a time having several attacks of this and the time to cure. So fortunately for us, unlike most survival data, the times to cure were also given. Usually we are given times to illness, but the times to cure were also available for this data, and that's why we work with this. In the original data, there were 647 patients, of whom 325 were under placebo, so no treatment, and 322 were given the treatment on HDL. So this was the data that we have. And we took X as the times to the next infection and Y as the times to the cure. So X follows, you get infected, and then you start, this Y starts, and you get cured again, then the next recurrence of X happens, and so on and so on. So this is the data structure. Okay, so FED, I'll come back to this. So this is the state of first state of health for each individual. Then for this individual, we only have two states. For individuals, we have just recurrences. So we go to the third recurrence here, and so on and so forth. This was the data structure. So you see the important thing here is that we have both data on the periods of healthy periods and the periods of illness. That usually this color is missing in most data sets. Okay, so we only have the period of healthiness till the next event of illness. Now the model. Suppose there are n individuals. For the ith individual, what we have is MI recurrences. We have a sequence of X1I, Y1I, XMI. So if there are MI recurrences, we have a sequence like this of E states and F state times. And let n be the maximum recurrence possible over the individual. So the maximum recorded recurrence is n. So the ideal model is we jointly model all these recurrences together. But yes, you can see that this is very difficult. Okay, and I'll tell you why it's difficult. So there are two types of dependent structure that we come in here. One is over recurrences, and the other is over between the XTIs and the YGIs. Okay, I'll skip this very quickly. This is difficult to formulate, we'll have too many parameters, but let me explain this. Explain this through a diagram here. So if you look at one individual, I have this is my data. Okay, so there are two types of dependence that we are taking off. One is between the X's themselves, over the recurrences. And similarly between the Y's themselves. This is one type of dependence. The other type of dependence is between X and Y. So X1 with Y1, X2 with Y2. So this is one type of dependence that we will be looking at. Dependence, how does the X's change over, how does it affect itself? And similarly for the Y's, and the other is how does X and Y correlate? Okay. In fact, what we were expecting was that the performance is likely to be pattern. The time is generally either progressively increasing or decreasing for this or for this. Okay. So what we try to do is, we tried two different methods. First method was to look at fitting separate models to each of this XGI, YGI. To begin with, we are looking at the marginals here. So suppose XGI follows Fx, X theta j. Similarly, Yj follows Fy, Y theta j. Okay, and there will be too many parameters here. Okay, and both to reduce the parameters and to incorporate a dependence pattern, we use some functions here. Maybe I'll skip all this. I'll tell you why I'm skipping all this, and we have a smaller set of parameters in here. So what we are doing basically is, I have this as the data. I'm first looking at the dependence over X's and the dependence over Y separately. I'm not looking at the different dependence between X and Y. Okay. So if I'm looking at this, suppose I'm fitting variable distributions here. And this is variable theta 1, 1, theta 2, 1. So variable 2 parameter variable. This is where go theta 1, 2, theta 2, 2, etc. So now I have got 8 parameters here, and for the y's, in this case, I have got 6 parameters. So I have got 14 parameters in all. Now, what happens is that there is no dependence because I am independently fitting them, there is no dependence. What I am doing here is that what we are expecting is that this should have a pattern. That means probably, as I said, the length should be increasing or decreasing. How do I capture that? That will be captured by the moments. Okay, and the moments should themselves depend on the parameters. Okay, so what we did was we modeled the parameters. We found theta 1, 1, theta 1, 2, theta 1, 3, theta 1, 4, and we got, sorry. And we plotted them. Okay, and we plotted them and saw that this was these 4 values actually came out like this in the plot. So what we did was we fitted a model to it. Now this model involves this basically this is exponentially increasing. So we saw that theta 1, the first parameter here, the shape parameter was exponentially increasing over decades. So we fitted a exponential model to this, a log model here. Similarly, this was decreasing and we fitted another exponential model to this. Obviously, this is decreasing, the sign would actually indicate this. So alpha 2 should come out as negative, this should come out as positive, etc. But what we did was instead of 4 parameters, we reduced it to 2 parameters. Here instead of 4, we reduced it to 2. Then this is one advantage, it's reducing the number of parameters. The other is that we are actually getting a pattern for this. We are saying this parameter is increasing and when we model basically, we are setting up a parameter, a model for this. Okay. So that was the first way, we did. So we defined some models for this parameters, etc., for the x's and for the y's. And then for x and y, we used a popular. Because, as you know, if it was a normal distribution, it's very easy to go from x and y being normal to a binomial normal distribution. But unfortunately, in survival analysis, it's time data, non-negative data generally, and the data is generally follows variable distribution or the log normal distribution or something like Laplace distribution. So it will be very difficult to actually get the joint distribution. So to get the joint distribution of x and y, we use a copula, which is basically to build the binary distributions. It's a function by which multiple distributions are linked to build a multivariate distribution. And we got copula, the copula function, which is Clark's very well-known theorem in 1959, where psi j is a dependence parameter and etc. Okay, and from the copula, there are several types of copulas, Archimedean copula, etc. The Archimedean is the most famous of the copulas. The functional type, there are different types of functions. So we get this. Archimedean is the easiest to work with, and it's generally a popular choice. Nelson has a very good book on copulas, so we can always look at this. So primarily, once we've done this, and we can write the distribution. So for x's, we have the marginals. For y, the distributions are conditional on x, because y follows x. Okay, so y distributions are conditioned on the distributions of x. So we get this distribution. There is one other thing that we need to look at. I made an assumption that we start with always with the state E. It may not be true. In real data, you start with state F. Okay. And then again you have sensory at the very end. For that, in sensory, we use what are called indicators. So we use several indicators. Okay, I'll just skip this. So delta 1J is an indicator whether the ith individual enters the study in the P or the F state. Okay, that will be indicating in which state it's increasing. Delta 2J in conjunction with delta 1J and delta 2J indicates whether the ith individual exits with or is an even or an F even or is a sensitive switch. So that way we take account of the state that we are in.
all the possible situations that can happen. Okay. And then we write the likelihood. This comes out to be very messy. In fact, I've written the likelihood in a very simple form, in the sense that because if I put in all the G and H functions, it will look very, very messy. But with the computations we are privileged to have these days, this wasn't too much of a problem. Okay, so we actually could solve this likelihood and get the results, and we could get the hazard curves for this particular series. Okay. Since I'm running out of time, I very quickly would go to the second method. The second method is the Cox model. Everybody probably associated with survival or reliability knows the Cox model. It's basically a regression type of model where we bring covariates. So you can have a model like this, but we are more interested in what we did was we took advantage of this sort of model to bring in the dependence in a different way. So what we did was we actually modeled this xgi time with yj minus 1 and xj minus 1. So we took an autoregressive type of model. So xj depends on xj minus 1, yj minus 1. That's how the dependence comes in. Yj depends on xj and yj minus 1. So we brought this to it along with the covariance. So even if you don't have this part, we can still bring in the autoregressive part for the dependence structure. And then you actually use the usual partial likelihood to solve this and get the results for this. So I think so these are the results, and these are some of the papers. Okay. Okay. So these are the two papers that I've been talking about. Okay. And these are the Cook's reference, Nelson's reference. Before I end, I just like to tell you as to how we came to this problem. Actually, this problem I did not come from medical data, Cook's data actually. I had a student who was at the NS, okay, National Science Organization, okay, office, in fact. Okay. And we were looking at employment data. And when we were looking at employment data in the rural sector, we found that this employment data, there were stretches of employment. And then we decided, okay, we have stages of employment, but we do not have stages of unemployment. So intervening periods would be stretches of unemployment. And generally what we thought of was that initially as a person starts, there would be very short periods of employment and unemployment. But as the time progresses, because of the experience of the person, the employment lengths would be larger and the unemployment lengths would be shorter. Because this experienced persons would be more in demand, so there would be a pattern in this. Okay, unfortunately for us, we did not get this scheme. Okay, so this is one area that any of you working in social sciences may be interested in. You look at employment and unemployment data and you model it as solvability recommendations. The other example that we worked on was something that all Indians would be very interested in, was cricket data. Cricket data, we are looking at, and this data was very easy to get because all the cricket sites can get. We are looking at the length of periods that player is. For example, I'm looking at test matches. So how many test matches a player plays before he stopped? So he's in the team or he's not in the team. So length of this, okay. And what we see that initially again, players got in and out very quickly. But once they got established, once they're in the team, they're in the team for a very long period. But if they're out of the team, they're also out of the team for a very long period because at that stage they're seniors, they're out of the team primarily because they're injured, and because they're injured and older, it takes a longer time for them to recover. So there was a distinct pattern on this. We worked on this data also. I'm not reporting it here. So what I want to emphasize is that there are various themes that we can work on in this area. There is very little work that has been done on alternating recommendations. As I said, events, the survival analysis has a huge literature. Even recurrent event models have a huge literature.
But alternative recommendations where the event themselves are not instantaneous, they have a timeline. This has not been studied very much. Okay. So it's open to the field, you can apply it in your own domains and you can look at this type of data and use techniques for this. So we can have various types of sensory, etc. and extend this models. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes. Not the right things to who was the person and why it is not there? Show of talking. And why it did not get the data? Because there was no unemployment data. Shola was basically a speech, with his PhD. He worked on this PhD and this was his employment data.
So I don't want to say too much, just want to say that this is a very difficult problem. Professor Scott did a very good job, so we should thank him for that. And just another small point, he's working on survival analysis. It's a more difficult problem when working on survival theory. You cannot accelerate the life of people. And that's the problem we look at. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to the next part, the final part.
Now I will request chair to facilitate the speaker.
There's another insight.
Now we will take lunch break. I request all our esteemed guests to kindly proceed to say what we have. And please return by to
क्या चाहिए दादा वो अपना है सारा है कोई खरीदारी है वो टेंशन मत
बंद कर क्या
दोनों दोनों इधर ही है दोनों एक इधर है रिमोट और पॉइंटर इधर है और एक उधर है
इसके ऊपर ये आ रहा है ये इनका मेन है इसको मैंने रिमोट इसके बाद कर दिया करने में की
Without dependence alone,
सर अभी आपको
He joins the movement for the if he does not, then we should.
ये बाकी सेल है बोले बाइक नहीं बाइक सेवन
But when she started, this was this very
structure that, indicated data we can get, when we have a value, so that means students are really of the, we get so this so you have this
Now, what you really did, we are having
and what I was saying was that the pattern is very important. What I expect because in the technology, you get more experience, you have confidence, because when you actually there are people working, want to only keep continuing gain to leave. So the experienced people will be generally. So it's really that they don't matter.
for everyone, even from auxiliary incomes to the top, their relevancy, their quality.
So that you can come.
Also,
Variants. Or you can use the explain the coverage along with Thank you for reminding me that we're done. Sir. We have got using all this
The only number of failures we know. Exactly.
Sir, there is a.
Can you think about the right now since I was working right now?
So mostly the sense is that when you the basic difference is survival analysis and reality. You have to keep it still one stagnant. Because you can control but you can't kind of control the reality. This is leaving the static rate that is the survival has to be. What is fun surface?
Currently, I don't have is to fulfill and but I will but we actually on this topic. So yeah. That is what I
As I said, the problem is still in the data. People don't connect the data. They connect the data from time to has not tested. Or not because they here.
so that is the assumption is needed, sir.
It doesn't see that because that's what's important data.
If you don't assume like you assume like failure is so what is the problem? Like,
The data is not collected. This data is so I was trying to say that more conscious.
In the patient's of so he is unhealthy. F1 has it's not a healthy person, and you assume that first person is healthy.
You can say also because you do that first time we got somewhere. Okay, so it's a question. From your age, you have 40.1 million, it should start. Then you have some medication, it comes down again, and it should start. So this sometimes How we define ENF is up to you.
So pattern we have to define.
Yes, you don't see how to define what you want to look at it in the units. It's your interest. So you define these ones.
So I was thinking that adoption is very, that adoption here is playing the role in the like
Yeah.
that adoption that
I start with it.
50%.
No, that's because I started with X and Y. And
X and
X and otherwise it would be some X and Y. So it's X1, Y1 and actually varying when I'm using copy. Then X2, Y2. Otherwise it will be X1, Y1 for some it will be the other way around. Okay. Okay, so building the couple of we have done this. Okay. So X is I'm taking is a multiple, Y is a condition. Okay. And therefore, I use, in fact, what you say is right, therefore, I was using this indicator scheme. So it's possible that if I use the indicator, it's possible that I'll use the indicator to give out X.
Yes, finance, especially with the rest. Yeah, I think that's how we can this. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I am from Manipur. So I have your number now. I discovered Sastri that you know to Manipur. Today I have seen you Sikkim. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's something. So because especially happens in what's it can and also right. Hello, hello.
जाऊ का आता जाऊ की त्यांचं होत ते काय आज कुठं काय काम येतं त्याच्यात बस ना एक बॅनर आहे ना त्यांना लय होते काय होतं माहिती का की आम्हाला म्हणे त्या सेशनचं बॅनर सगळ्या सेशनची बनवून ठेवली जाता जाता बनवता
प्रोजेक्टर बंद कर दिया है, मैंने चालू किया थे। बैठ, ओके। लंच ब्रेक है, उतना मना है। देखिए यहाँ लग रहा है
Somewhere in some system. डिले होता है तो खाली ना वो गैर करा के पहला वर्ष के लिए how the next sticker will look. But who will look after whether they are
प्रिंटर नहीं है सर यहाँ पे।
I have another one is there. Who's going to having. You want to leave it? ये जो मैंने ऐसा देखा उसके बैक साइड में
आपण त्या थोडी यावेळी आपल्या कॉर्नरमध्ये ते सांगा.
Acha. No. This is the laptop, no?
Yeah.
And we can keep it here. तुम्हारा प्रेजेंटेशन है ना? लेकिन सर क्या होगा अगर बाकी का जो जूम का वगैरह सब इसी पे है तो होने ना
देश में रमन ज्वाइन करेगा
ज्वाइनिंग के लिए फिर आपको करना पड़ेगा वो सब कुछ टेक्निकल रमन्ना तुम्हारे में है ना आपको सिर्फ आपके बाद वाला हाँ उसके बाद वाला तो ले सकते हैं ना उसमें कोई नहीं है
उस मेरे वाले में भी अगर रमन नहीं ज्वाइन करता है लेकिन
नहीं लैपटॉप को इधर ही रखना है ना
नहीं वो पूरा
दूर से
वायर्स का कनेक्शन आपस में
तो लैपटॉप रखा हो इंडिपेंडेंटली नहीं क्योंकि फिर आपको ऐसा चाहिए होगा तो फिर वैसे
नहीं अगर रमन्ना नहीं ज्वाइन करेगा तो देन विल पुट
अच्छा किस में रहेगा प्रेजेंटेशन इसमें तो इसमें डालो फिर इसको ऊपर रखना पड़ेगा whichever you are playing no that laptop should be here ट्रांसफर कर दो सीट है तो खोल दिया क्या है
हमें सुनाओगे तो
कहाँ पे हाँ ठीक है मैं बताता हूँ पुणे 5 लो क्लिक करना ठीक है बैक करो इसको कॉपी करो पुणे लो
Wait, actually. Now come here from dots. You can also click on the next session with these speakers. और ये तीन टॉप में 1 2 3 बैक सीट ये वाला एक एक्सप्लोर एक के बाद एक क्लिक करना आप ठीक है 1 2 3 ऑर्डर ठीक है बता ये करना उसको क्लोज हो गया क्या है इसमें ये से प्रेजेंटेशन होता
मुझे लगता है शुरुआत मुझे तो भी करनी 10 सीधी है
प्रेजेंटेशन मोड वर्क स्ट्रीम इधर आ जाता है ना मेरा एक्चुअली ये इंफॉर्मेशन चाहिए
अच्छा
इसीलिए डिस्प्ले में आना चाहिए
ओके we can
तो इसलिए लैपटॉप इधर कर देगा नाउ यू कैन क्लोज इट
ये आपको कितने टाइम पर है?
50 मिनट स्टार्टिंग एट 250
250 okay that time we can do that
that token
only for that no
we can test कर लो
Nice right side, Silvest.
yes that's right what's nice you can operate it by the also yeah that's something control from here on this is we did find $250 को शुरू होगा सबसे पहले ये
अभी कुठला टॉप आहे अंजन चालेल ना
आता सेशन मध्ये काय झाली काय
एकच पहिलं ना
बघितलं शुभम, अरे बाळा कुठे गेलतोस तू?
गावची काय विषय
एक हॅलो 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 हॅलो
ह्याचा कोणाचा आहे? आता हे ऑनलाईन नाहीये ना.
जॉईन झालं का?
त्यांनी ते विषय तुला दिला तर
जस्ट काय करायचं
More oil.
पेन ड्राइव आहे
कोण ऍडमिट होणार त्यांचं नाही?
त्यांना ऍडमिट करून घे.
कुठं दिसणार ते?
इथं दिसतात इथे झूमच आपलं झूम आहे ऍडमिट करायचं आणि फक्त यांची पीपीटी शेअर केली स्क्रीन शेअरिंगचं ऑप्शन आहे तुम्ही जेव्हा बघा स्क्रीन नो स्क्रीन शेअर कर फक्त ही वाली
बरं ठीक आहे, क्लोज करते.
आता हे नको आता हे पॉवर ही वाली नाही करायची प्रिंट काढायचं ते पण प्रिंट त्यांच्यासोबतच
त्यांना पाठवलं
गेली
मी तुला जे पाठवलं त्यांना पाठवलं. एक क्लोज करायचंय, हे इथं ऍडमिट करायचंय. कधी सुरू करायचं?
सरांचं ज्यावेळेस चालू होईल ठीक आहे त्यावेळेस हे लावून दिसणार
ते तिकडे
हे चालू कर डायरेक्ट
स्लाइड
प्रेझेंटेशन केलं करू का हे प्रेझेंट करायचं डायरेक्ट
ठीक आहे.
हे लागू हे जे आहे स्किन
आता त्यांना शेअर होती, आता मला फक्त त्यांना ऍडमिट करायचं. एक मिनिट शुभमने ज्या वेळेला बोलवलं
तुला हे लाईव्ह इथून ते दिसतील
काय दिसतील?
गेस्ट आता इथं जॉईन झालेले ते दिसतील
मला जॉईन करायचं असेल त्यांना त्यांनी
जर त्यांना जर दाखवायचं असेल डायरेक्ट पण ते तिकडून दिसतील आपल्याला इथं दिसायचं असेल तर मग डुप्लिकेट करायचं
पण फक्त इथे ऍडमिट करूया. ही स्क्रीन राहू दे, लाईट मध्ये त्यांना दिसतील का?
असं दिसतं
जर त्यांना दाखवायचं असेल तर काय करताय? ठीक आहे, ते काय रिझल्ट नाही करणार कारण एक 55 करतो म्हटलं
काय करायचं
आणि अल्युमिनियम
आत्ताना जेवायला जायचंय रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क मध्ये जेवायला गेले
Angana switch है ना उधर
Please, we are about to start. Okay.
We are starting the next session. I request everyone to please remain seated. We are starting the next session. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Soham Shinde, and I welcome you all to the V.K. Gupta Endowment Award for Achievements in Statistical Thinking and Practice lecture. The lecture is titled Professor V.K. Gupta's Influence on Design of Experiment and Sample Surveys. V.K. Gupta is the president of SSCA. He underwent brain surgery recently, so he couldn't join us here for the endowment lecture. For this session, we are truly blessed to have Dr. A.C. Kushresh among us, and we request him to be the chair for this session. Dr. A.C. Kushresh is a distinguished physician with over 5 decades of contributions to official statistics and national grounds. A topper of the Indian Statistical Service, he served for 32 years in senior leadership roles, including additional director general of the CSO, and later as statistician at the UN Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific in Japan. He has published over 100 research papers out of which the first 32 research papers were in design of experiments. And he has made major contributions to the systems of national accounts, including work adopted in 2008 SE8 to address informal sector activities and development mandates. He currently serves as the president of Indian Association